Chapter 157. Emotinga's spirit was lifted when she found spiritual aura on the incense burner on the altar. This valley was clearly an ordinary one. The flowers and trees here didn't have spiritual aura. But this incense burner actually had spiritual aura, so it must be unusual. After examining it for a while, she finally used a spell to move the incense burner away, and finally found the source of the spiritual aura. While flying in the air, Emotinga looked down. The altar, the stone statues, and the surrounding tall trees were clearly a formation that didn't need spiritual aura after it evolved. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There were also formations in the mortal world. Those formations didn't need spiritual aura, but they were evolved from formations in the cultivation world. Their purpose was to confuse the judgment of mortals. If cultivators used their divine sense and magic, they would naturally be able to break them. Emotinga put her palms together and cast a spell. The incense burner on the altar instantly exploded, revealing the things inside. Spiritual aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The sky darkened. Emotinga raised her head and looked around with a frown. A formation within a formation. This formation was a real formation from the world of cultivators. The stone statues and altars she saw just now were all gone, leaving only an empty wilderness. No, this was an illusion. She held the shuttle of flying Apsara in her hand and summoned the white silk handkerchief. Emotinga instantly flew up and made a hand seal. After making several extremely complicated hand seals, several spiritual auras were sent out at the same time. Whistling sounds came from the dark night, like the whimpers and roars of malicious spirits. Then several spiritual auras counterattacked. Emotinga shook her hand and summoned the white silk handkerchief, which turned into 4 brick walls and firmly blocked the counterattack. In the next moment, she put away the white silk handkerchief and took out the shuttle of flying Apsara, which turned into several golden lights and attacked. Puff, 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 puff. After several soft sounds, everything quieted down and the sky brightened. Emotinga breathed a sigh of relief. This formation had been around for thousands of years, so its spiritual aura was already weak, and its power was greatly reduced. That was why she could break it so easily. However, based on the technique used to lay this formation, its original power would probably even trap a nascent soul cultivator for a while. Could it be that the person who laid this formation was a nascent soul cultivator? With this thought in her mind, Emotinga cautiously observed her surroundings. The formation was broken, and the scenery returned to its original appearance. A hole appeared under the incense burner, and spiritual energy surged out. Emotinga was flabbergasted. There were obviously no spirit veins in this valley, so why did this cave emit such pure spiritual aura? This spiritual aura fluctuation was very similar to what she had felt before. Upon discovering this, Emotinga cautiously approached it. She first used magic to probe it, then caught a live animal and put it inside. Only after confirming that there were no abnormalities did she slowly step inside. The cave entrance was extremely narrow, probably only wide enough for one person to pass through. Following the stone steps, they walked down step by step until they reached a spacious hall. Emotinga flicked her finger, causing a cluster of flames to appear on her fingertip. With the eyesight of an immortal cultivator, although they could see things in the dark, it was very difficult. If there was an open flame, they would be able to see clearly. He raised his head and looked around. This hall was chiseled into the stone wall, and it looked like a cave. Could it be the cave of an ancient cultivator? After a brief moment of excitement, Emotinga suddenly thought of something. No, that stone statue just now was obviously a person from several thousand years ago, so it shouldn't have anything to do with ancient cultivators. He walked past the hall and slowly walked along the stone path. The hall was very dark, but the spiritual aura was very dense. Emotinga concluded that this was a small spirit vein that had been sealed by someone with a formation. Apparently, this was most likely a cultivator's cave, and this cultivator's cultivation level was definitely above the nascent soul realm. With this conclusion, Emotinga's interest was finally piqued. Since the formation was still there, this cave shouldn't be an abandoned one. If that was the case, this nascent soul cultivator most likely passed away in this cave. What did the cave of a nascent soul cultivator passing away represent? This cave must contain the cultivator's treasures. Emotinga took out the shuttle of flying Apsara and circled around her vigilantly. After coming to this conclusion, Emotinga became even more cautious. The long stone path was filled with boundless darkness. After walking for a while, Emotinga suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Although she was already an immortal in the eyes of mortals, she still felt a bit scared when faced with this kind of scene. She recalled her previous adventures. They were just killing each other. She had never faced the ignorant darkness alone. In the darkness, she could only hear her long and light breathing. The sound of breathing that she usually couldn't hear was exceptionally clear in the boundless silence. She could only see the flame on her fingertips. The rest was hazy, which made it even more terrifying. Realizing that her mood wasn't right, Emotinga closed her eyes and made a hand seal. The space between her eyebrows shone brightly, and she instantly entered the virtual sky world. Seeing the familiar bamboo house and the brook, her mood calmed down a bit. Sitting in the bamboo house, Emotinga couldn't help but shake her head. Sure enough, her mental state wasn't tempered enough. If that was the case, there would definitely be problems when she went through the inner demon during core formation. Fortunately, she came out to gain experience. Otherwise, even if her master was a nascent soul cultivator, he wouldn't be able to find any problems with her. She sat cross-legged and began to adjust her breath. She ran her great circulatory circle to confirm that her mood was calm before she prepared to go out and continue exploring. But before she could chant the incantation, she suddenly stopped. Outside the virtual sky world, a vague voice came. "Big brother Xiao, take a rest first." This was Shangruan's voice. Emotinga made a hand seal and pointed her finger. Then the voice became clear. "Big brother Xiao." Shangruan's breathing was very loud. She seemed very tired. With her cultivation level in the early stage of the foundation building realm, there was no reason for her to feel tired. Could it be that she was injured? After a while, she finally heard Yao Zixio's voice. "Little sister Wan, are you all right?" Shangruan panted for a while before her breathing gradually became smooth. She said, "Big brother Xiao, why are you in such a hurry?" Emotinga could hear the complaint in her voice. Yao Zixio said, "We survived a disaster and found a cultivator's immortal's cave here. There might be some treasures inside, so of course I'm in a hurry. If Taoist Fangzheng and that female cultivator surnamed Yi find them, won't we have a share?" "So what if we don't have a share?" Shangruan was a bit annoyed. "Didn't you say being with me would be good? If we can be together, so what if we don't have any treasures?" After a while, Yao Zixio finally said, "Little sister Wan, I'm doing this for the sake of us being together. We went through all kinds of hardships to escape. What if we get caught again? All these years I've thought it through. Without cultivation level and strength, we don't have the right to speak. Back then, if my cultivation level wasn't too low, your father wouldn't have promised you to someone else. If we weren't too weak, we wouldn't have had to hide from place to place all these years and run to the secular world. Little sister Wan, don't you understand? In the cultivation world, strength is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, it'd be hard for us to be together. What's so hard about this?" Shangruan's voice was filled with anger. "If we find a place to live in seclusion, my father and the others won't be able to find us even if they want to die." As she said that, she once again softened. "Big brother Xiao, what's wrong with you? You weren't like this before. Why?" "Don't ask me why," Yao Zixio shouted. Emotinga was also startled by him. After thinking about it, she felt somewhat worried, so she tapped the space between her eyebrows. A bead emerged from there, and she cast an art on it. A crack appeared in the virtual sky world, and she saw the Yao couple in the stone path. Shangruan also seemed to be startled by Yao Zixio. She stared at him in astonishment. However, Yao Zixio's expression softened, and he said in a gentle voice, "Little sister Wan, I want to give you happiness, and not take you to hide from place to place. I want to bring you back openly one day, and let your father and the others know that your choice of me was right." Upon hearing what he said, Shangruan looked touched. "You don't have to be like this. I've already said it before. I don't care what your cultivation level is. It's enough as long as I can be with you. No, little sister Wan, Yao Zixio insisted. I can't be that kind of cowardly man. If that's the case, everything your father said back then would be right. I only have 3 spiritual roots. Even building my foundation was very difficult for me. If you didn't secretly give me your foundation building pills, I don't even know if I could build my foundation. I want to prove to your father that although my aptitude isn't good, I can still build my foundation. After listening up to this point, Mo Tiange roughly understood what was going on with this Yao Zixio couple. These 2 people weren't individual cultivators, whose clans had declined at all. They were cultivators who escaped from their clans. It was probably true that they were childhood sweethearts. After growing up together, they developed feelings for each other over time. However, Yao Zixio's aptitude was only average. He couldn't enter Shang Ruwan's father's eyes, so he forbade the 2 of them from seeing each other. As a result, Shang Ruwan secretly eloped with Yao Zixio. Perhaps there were some mistakes in the details, but that was most likely the case. However, Mo Tiange had a bad premonition when she heard what Yao Zixio said. Shang Ruwan was in the middle of the situation, so she probably didn't notice Yao Zixio's hidden thoughts. He said he wanted to give her happiness, but his gaze was flickering in a place Shang Ruwan couldn't see. She was afraid that this man was already unwilling to live a life that only had love. With a hint of a sneer on her face, Mo Tiange continued to listen to their conversation. Shang Ruwan was finally convinced. She leaned against Yao Zixio's chest and said softly, "Big brother Xiao, don't worry. On our way here, we didn't find any traces left by other people. Presumably, we were the only ones who found them. I quite like that little sister from Yi clan, but I wonder if she's still alive. Rest assured, that girl's cultivation level is higher than ours. Even if the 2 of us joined hands, we probably wouldn't be able to defeat her. She also has a spiritual treasure, so she should be fine." "That's true," Yao Zixio said. "This fellow Taoist Yi, I really don't know her identity. How old do you think she is?" Shang Ruwan thought for a moment then answered, "Although this little sister's behavior is steady, I can tell she's still a little girl at first glance. I can't give a specific age, but she's most likely below 80 years old." "Below 80 years old?" Yao Zixio's gaze flickered as he muttered. "At this age, she's actually already in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm. If she's lucky, she'll probably be able to form her gold core when she's 100 years old, right? She must be an elite disciple of a big cultivation group." "Most likely," Shang Ruwan said. "Judging from the spiritual treasure she has, it's far superior to her peers, so she definitely can't be an individual cultivator. I'm afraid a small cultivation group wouldn't be able to nurture someone like that." Yao Zixio nodded inwardly. His gaze was contemplative. "If that's the case, it's actually a gain." "What?" Shang Ruwan didn't hear him clearly. Yao Zixio promptly chuckled. "It's nothing. Little sister Wan, are you feeling better? Should we keep going?" Chapter 158. Once the Yao couple had gone far away, Mo Tiange pressed the space between her eyebrows and came out of the virtual sky world. She stared in the direction they left, lost in thought. Shang Ruwan didn't see it, but she did. This Yao Zixio's gaze kept drifting. She was afraid he didn't mean what he said. When he mentioned her, his gaze had a different meaning. Although Shang Ruwan was observant, she trusted her husband wholeheartedly, so she didn't notice anything. Alas, based on their conversation, they once had an unforgettable love. They even ran away from home and eloped in spite of other people's gazes. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen after their loving companionship? That Yao Zixio was obviously unwilling. How could cultivators completely give up on their cultivation? When they eloped, they might have been sincere. But after they obtained her, they weren't willing to be like this for the rest of their lives. So they still wanted to advance their cultivation levels. What about bringing her back openly? That was all a lie. He just wanted to obtain power. After thinking for a while, Mo Tiange shook her head. This was someone else's business. It wasn't her place to meddle. It was just unfortunate for Shang Ruwan. Although her cultivation level was average, her mental state surpassed many cultivation group disciples. Based on their conversation, Her aptitude probably wasn't bad either. If she cultivated diligently, she might be able to advance. Love. Wasn't Tianxiao like this back then? At first, the two of them were loving and sweet, but as time passed, Meng Sigui developed some habits. The originally lively and enthusiastic Tianxiao turned into a compromising person. This Shang Ruan was probably even more miserable. She abandoned everything to elope. If she lost everything in the end, wouldn't she lose everything? Her relatives would be gone, her clan would be gone, and her originally beautiful future would also be gone. It was no wonder second uncle said weakness and passion were the enemies of female cultivators. If this Shang Ruan wasn't bound by emotions and had her clan to back her up, her cultivation level would probably be far higher than her current one. As Emotinga pondered this, she couldn't help but sigh. Although that Yao Zixio harbored malicious intentions towards her, it didn't prevent them from having the same goal. Sensing that the two of them had already walked quite a distance ahead, Emotinga simply released her divine sense to lock onto the two of them. She then concealed herself and followed their tracks. Just like that, Emotinga followed the Yao couple all the way down the stone path in the darkness. She was unexpectedly safe and sound. What made Emotinga vigilant was that after the Yao couple entered a stone door with her divine sense, she couldn't sense any traces of them anymore. Just as Emotinga was hesitating whether she should enter this obviously mysterious stone door, she suddenly sensed another person's breath. It was Taoist Fangjing. Due to the incident with Yao Zixio, Emotinga naturally became even more vigilant. Once she sensed Taoist Fangjing's aura, she immediately activated the virtual sky mirror and hid inside it. Taoist Fangjing let out a cry of surprise, then vigilantly looked around for a while. He then quickly walked towards the stone door the Yao couple entered through. Similarly, after Taoist Fangjing entered that stone door, his aura disappeared without a trace. Just as Emotinga was about to come out of the virtual sky mirror, she saw another group of 5 people entering the hall. Among the 5 people, 2 male cultivators were in the middle stage of the foundation building realm, while the remaining 3 female cultivators were in the early stage of the foundation building realm. It was unknown if the 2 male cultivators were together, but the 3 female cultivators were obviously disciples of the same sect. Perhaps because the formation outside was already broken, the 5 people who came in didn't look as disheveled as the 4 of them. Among the 5 people, the 2 male cultivators walked in the front, while the 3 female cultivators walked behind them. Emotinga decided to go in and give it a try. Since the formation outside was easy to break, if there was any danger inside, with the virtual sky mirror in hand, even if she couldn't obtain any benefits, she wouldn't lose her life. Besides, this time, she was going out to gain experience, so she couldn't be too careful. Otherwise, this experience would seem meaningless. After Emotinga came out of the virtual sky mirror, she also stepped through the door without any hesitation. Once Emotinga entered the stone door, she sensed a fluctuation of what spiritual aura coming from under her feet. Furthermore, the stone floor was moving at a constant speed. Emotinga's vision darkened for a moment before it brightened again. She discovered she was inside a domed hall, and under her feet was a circular stone platform floating in the air. Not far from her, there were 4 circular stone platforms floating in the air. One of them was occupied by the Yao couple, Taoist Fangjing, the 2 male cultivators who came later, and the 3 female cultivators from the same sect. The 5 stone platforms were gold, cyan, blue, red and yellow respectively. They emitted pure spiritual aura of the 5 elements. Emotinga was standing on a cyan stone platform. When this stone platform moved until it formed a pentagon with the other 4 stone platforms, it stopped. Shang Ruan, who was sitting on the red stone platform, looked fine now. Once she saw Emotinga standing still, she smiled and said to Emotinga, "Little sister, fortunately, you also came in without a hitch." Shang Ruan knew Yao Zixio harbored malicious intentions towards her, but Shang Ruan was completely unaware of it and treated her so warmly. In contrast, Emotinga actually felt this woman was a bit kinder, so she returned a smile and said, "Thank you for your concern, big sister." Once Shang Ruan finished greeting her, she asked in a very natural manner, What do you think of this hall? Emotinga looked around then answered. Big Sister and the other fellow Taoists came in early. I wonder if you've discovered anything. With a smile, Shang Ruan pointed at the two male cultivators on the yellow stone platform and said, Fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Wang said this thing is called a 5 elements platform, but they don't know how to activate it. Upon hearing what she said, Emotinga looked at the two male cultivators and asked, Does this 5 elements platform belong to the category of magic tools or? The slightly taller of the two male cultivators answered, 5 elements platforms first originated from Tianliang School on Mount Yuzhu in Kunlun mountain range. It has a history of several thousand years. Because Mount Yuzhu has a stone forest structure, the cultivators in that area all live on the stone pillars. The 5 elements platforms were originally built by them for the convenience of the disciples in their school, who had low cultivation levels and couldn't fly. However, according to the book, the reason why the 5 elements platforms are called 5 elements platforms is because each stone platform is evolved from a formation. Even if the 5 elements aren't controlled by humans, they can still fly according to a certain pattern on Mount Yuzhu. Although this stone platform's appearance and function are almost the same as the 5 elements platforms in the book, each of them clearly occupies one of the 5 elements. Furthermore, there's nothing else in this hall. It's really beyond what I've seen. The male cultivator standing next to him waited for him to finish speaking, then added, Ordinary things can only be controlled by 3 kinds of things: divine comprehension, spiritual aura, and primordial blood. However, if you make a mistake, I don't know what will happen. Seeing that the two male cultivators were able to clearly understand the origins of things related to formations, it could be assumed that they were from a sect that specialized in formations. One of the 3 female cultivators from the same sect was the first to reveal a hint of fear. She looked at the stone door that hadn't been closed yet and softly said, Senior Martial Sister Yen, we don't know anything about formations, so it's hard for us to judge whether this is right or wrong. How about we leave first? The other female cultivator frowned and agreed. Junior Martial Sister Yun's words are reasonable. Besides, we still haven't finished the task Master gave us, so we shouldn't take any risks. Senior Martial Sister Yen nodded and said, Since that's the case, it's more important for us to get down to business. Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, the stone platform floated toward the stone door. The 3 of them cried out in surprise. When the stone platform floated to the door, the 3 of them glanced at each other. Senior Martial Sister Yen said, How about we think about it together and go back to where we were just now? The 3 women reached an agreement, and the stone platform actually moved back to its original position. A hint of joy flashed across everyone's faces in the main hall. However, after feeling pleasantly surprised, everyone revealed bitter smiles again. Shang Ruan was the first to show a bitter smile. Even if we know how to use it, we don't know where we're going. Unexpectedly, Shang Ruan's question, where we're going, echoed in the main hall. A white light flashed before everyone's eyes, and they saw 5 large words floating in the middle of the main hall. Emotinga's position happened to be opposite to Shang Ruan's, so she could only see the 4 words in reverse. This life eternal heaven. This life eternal heaven? Emotinga only had enough time to think of these words in her divine comprehension before she sensed the stone platform moving quickly. The other stone platforms also acted the same way as this one. They all started to spin rapidly with the center of the main hall as the center. The gales they experienced when they entered the valley were actually swirling upwards from the empty bottom of the main hall. Just as Emotinga was about to release her protective aura, she saw a circle of bright blue light erupting from the edge of the stone platform. Right after that, she felt there was nothing under her feet, so she subconsciously summoned the white silk handkerchief. By the time she regained her composure, she realized the main hall had disappeared. The 5 elements platforms had disappeared, and the person who was standing next to her a moment ago had also disappeared. She returned to that valley with green grass and bright sunlight. Under her feet was the white silk handkerchief she usually used to fly. The stone statue in the valley was still the same stone statue, but the entrance was no longer there. On the precipitous mountain wall she saw just now, There were now many stone platforms shaped like entrances. There were many 5 elements platforms flying in the valley, and each 5 elements platform was formed by 5 ring-shaped colors. The trees in the valley weren't as short as before. They were all towering trees. And there were also wooden bridges made of tree vines connecting the trees. Looking at this situation, not only did the spiritual aura in the valley have a bit more spiritual aura, but it also seemed a bit more human. Emotinga felt that perhaps in the next moment, a woman wearing a short jacket with a phoenix hairpin and a long skirt would walk out from the stone platform on the precipitous mountain wall. Just as Emotinga was thinking about this, a woman dressed like this really walked out from one of the stone platforms in the middle of the mountain wall. That woman stepped on a horsetail whisk and flew towards Emotinga at high speed. Emotinga was ready to take action, but the woman said, "Fellow Taoist, do you see the 2 junior martial sisters who came with me?" Emotinga took a closer look. Although her attire had completely changed, this woman was obviously the woman surnamed Yen from the main hall just now. However, under this attire, she looked even more graceful and charming. Emotinga said with astonishment, "Fellow Taoist Yen, why are you dressed like this?" A trace of astonishment flashed across the woman surnamed Yan's face. She said, "Miss, aren't you also dressed like me?" Emotinga was about to refute when she felt a chill on her shoulder. She looked down and saw that she, who was still wearing a loose robe with big sleeves, was now wearing a short jacket and a long skirt just like the woman surnamed Yen. However, the woman's attire was the same as the one on the stone platform. It was a brilliant gold color, while Emotinga's was a verdant green. Emotinga recalled that her attire only changed after the woman surnamed Yen arrived, so she asked, "Fellow Taoist Yen, did you change into this kind of attire right after you arrived here?" The woman surnamed Yen pondered for a moment then answered, "When I arrived here, I was separated from my 2 junior martial sisters. That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like I only changed into this kind of attire after I walked onto the stone platform." Emotinga asked again, "Then, when fellow Taoists saw me, was I already dressed like this?" The woman surnamed Yen wrinkled her brows and answered, "This? I'm not too sure." Emotinga's expression couldn't help but change. Divine comprehension could actually play such a big role in this place. After thinking for a moment, she understood what was going on. Obviously, after she saw the stone statue at the entrance, her divine comprehension flashed in her mind, and what she saw in front of her was the same as what she imagined. An illusory formation was also an illusory formation. More than 10 years ago, she and Wei Jiasi experienced an illusion during the demonic beast riot. However, compared to this illusion, that one was simply too crude. Emotinga once recalled that if she went to experience that illusion today, she would definitely be able to break it in the first round. However, the illusion in front of her was clearly fake, yet it looked flawless. Upon seeing Emotinga's expression suddenly change, the woman surnamed Yen furrowed her brows and asked, "Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong?" Emotinga slowly exhaled. While carefully observing her surroundings, she said, "Fellow Taoist, could it be that you haven't noticed that whatever we think about becomes real?" Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a spiritual beast that looked like Xiaohua suddenly appeared on the grass and pounced towards her. Emotinga reached out her hand and stroked the head of this Xiaohua. It was smooth to the touch, just like the real thing. Upon hearing what Emotinga said, the woman surnamed Yan's expression immediately changed. She pondered for a moment then made a hand seal, sending a wind blade towards Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua suddenly jumped and rolled away, spewing out an ardent yang real fire. "Ah!" The woman surnamed Yen hastily dodged, but she still shouted at Emotinga, "Fellow Taoist, isn't this real?" Emotinga shook her hand, and the shuttle of flying Apsara turned into a golden light that surrounded Xiaohua. She then used the soul-refining art and fiercely pressed it down. The second-rank spiritual beast Xiaohua immediately let out a whimper and fell to the ground. She stared at Xiaohua's corpse and said slowly, "This is fake." The woman surnamed Yin stared at her in a daze. Just now, she personally tested it. This spiritual beast was indeed a second-rank spiritual beast, But when Emotinga attacked, this spiritual beast didn't even have the chance to resist and was killed. Why is it fake? Although it wasn't the real Xiaohua, Emotinga still frowned. She turned her head away from the badly mutilated corpse of the spiritual beast and explained to the woman, I didn't bring any spiritual beasts with me on this trip. I was just testing it. Sure enough, as soon as I thought of spiritual beasts, it transformed into my spiritual beast's appearance. Moreover, even its cultivation level was the same. There was only one flaw. When Xiaohua advanced to the second rank, his ardent young real fire turned into sun real fire. So this fake Xiaohua had the appearance of a real second-rank inferno beast. Upon realizing this, Emotinga's brows furrowed again. To be able to do this, it showed that the master of this illusory formation used his own thoughts to set up the formation. However, this also showed a deeper problem. The master of this illusory formation had very profound knowledge. He seemed to be able to transform whatever the person who entered the formation thought of. This point was even more terrifying than the power of the illusory formation itself. The existence of an illusory formation proved that the master's attainments in formations were very high. However, all formations could be cracked. Nevertheless, with his knowledge, this illusory formation had no flaws at all. Moreover, from another perspective, what kind of person could have such profound knowledge? He could actually imitate the things most people thought of without the slightest error, except for some mutated things. This was too terrifying. The more Emotinga thought about it, the more she felt that the master of this illusory formation had abilities beyond her imagination. In the end, her forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Although the woman surnamed Yen heard Emotinga's explanation, she didn't understand why Emotinga had such a reaction and was full of doubts. However, the fact that Emotinga easily killed a second-rank spiritual beast just now made her realize that Emotinga's strength was a bit higher than that of ordinary middle-stage foundation-building cultivators. She couldn't help but feel a hint of reverence towards Emotinga. Little sister Yin Ruoshu from Bishuan Court. May I ask big sister's name, and which group you're from? At first, she only called Emotinga Miss, or fellow Taoist. But now, she called her little sister, and called her big sister on purpose. Emotinga just said faintly, I'm Yi Xiaotian. My master is nameless. Presumably, fellow Taoist also doesn't know me. Emotinga's indifferent tone, and her unwillingness to say her master's name, made the woman named Yen Ruoshu rather angry. However, when she thought about the current situation, Emotinga's expression remained calm, so she swallowed her anger. Big sister Yi, what's going on? It should be an illusory formation. Emotinga lowered her head to look at herself. She closed her eyes to think. When she opened her eyes again, sure enough, her clothes had returned to their original appearance. Illusory array? Yen Ruoshu turned her head to take a look. The flowers, the trees, the spirit beasts, and the birds were all real. She couldn't help but feel afraid. What should we do? There's nothing I can do for now. Emotinga took out the white silk handkerchief and the shuttle of flying Apsara and prepared herself to face the enemy. She then turned her head and said, Let's go. We'll look for other people first. If we can find them, we'll think about our next step. All right. Yen Ruoshu had no choice but to nod her head helplessly. After walking for a while, Yen Ruoshu asked, Big sister Yi, did you also come here to work in the secular world? While walking, Emotinga attentively observed her surroundings. When she heard Yen Ruoshu's voice, she hastily answered. Yen Ruoshu continued, That's truly a coincidence. We 3 senior sisters and junior sisters were ordered by Master to come to the mortal world to handle some matters. And we just happened to notice spirit energy escaping from here. So we came over to take a look. Sister Yi, what do you want to do? If it's a coincidence, can you come with us? This woman was indeed a bit noisy. Emotinga wrinkled her brows and said, I left the mountain to travel under my master's orders, so I'm not sure where I'm going. Then how about Sister Yi come with us? We are both women, so we must have a lot of common topics. Big Sister Yi. Emotinga frowned inwardly as this woman kept talking about Bishuan Court. Emotinga knew what kind of cultivation group Yin Ruoshu was talking about was Bishuan Court. Reportedly, this cultivation group only accepted women. It was built in an extremely secretive place and rarely had any contact with the outside world. It was a relatively mysterious cultivation group. The power of this cultivation group wasn't big nor small. Its scale was roughly the same as Yunwu sect or Wuxia sect in the past. However, this Yin Ruoshu was very indifferent towards Emotinga before. But now, she was a lot more enthusiastic. Obviously, she was alone in this place. Seeing that Emotinga's cultivation level was higher than hers, she wanted to befriend Emotinga. In fact, they were alone now. Emotinga never had the habit of leaving her companions behind, so if there was any danger, Emotinga would naturally protect her. This Yin Ruoshu basically didn't need to be like this. Fellow Taoist Yen, do you have a way to contact your 2 junior martial sisters? Emotinga interrupted Yin Ruoshu. Yin Ruoshu paused for a moment then nodded. We have a sect summoning talisman. The so-called sect summoning talisman was a method for disciples of the same cultivation group to communicate with each other. This talisman was different from a personal summoning talisman. It used a special method. Once it was sent out, all the disciples of the same cultivation group within a certain range would receive it. Emotinga also had several sect summoning talismans in her hands. Every disciple of a cultivation group could receive them when they left the mountain. However, it wasn't easy to make these talismans, so it was best not to use them unless it was an emergency. Upon hearing what Yin Ruoshu said, Emotinga said, in that case, fellow Taoist Yen, you should try to use the sect summoning talisman. It's really hard to find people blindly like this. Chapter 159. Yin Ruoshu sent a summoning talisman to the group. The talisman flew into the air, circled once, then fell back into Yin Ruoshu's hand. Yin Ruoshu was at a loss. Emotinga frowned and said, forget it. It seems even summoning talismans don't work in this illusory formation. Since it was an illusory formation, it naturally had its limitations. What should she do now? If the whole valley was an illusory formation, where was the exit? This valley was surrounded by cliffs but the sky. Emotinga raised her head to look at the sky, but still shook her head. Even if foundation building cultivators could fly, the sky was probably within the range of the illusory formation. The 2 of them circled the valley, but didn't find anyone else. So they returned to the stone statue and sat on the altar. Yin Ruoshu saw that Emotinga was still calm despite being surrounded, so she unconsciously relied on her. In order to relieve her tension, she kept talking to Emotinga. As it turned out, the 3 female cultivators from Bishuan Court came here together with her, but they fell behind because she sped up. About an hour after Emotinga and Taoist Fangjing entered the valley, Yin Ruoshu's group of 5 also met the 2 male cultivators surnamed Lu and Wang on the cliff. They were also cultivators from the same group. They learned from the ore refining cultivators on the cliff that there were already 4 foundation building cultivators going down the valley together. They also learned that there were gales, miasma, and other things in the valley, so the 5 of them went down together. Unlike Emotinga's group, these 5 people laid a formation to resist the gales according to the instructions of the 2 male cultivators. However, how could this kind of formation, which was laid according to position, compare to Emotinga's white silk handkerchief? They only went about 300 meters down, but they already felt it was difficult to resist. At that moment, for some reason, the gales suddenly weakened, so they could go down the valley smoothly. As soon as they entered the valley, they discovered that it was completely different from the dangerous gales and miasma high up in the sky. It was quiet and beautiful like a paradise. After searching for a while, they finally found this stone statue. When Emotinga heard this, she roughly understood what happened. After they were swept down by the gales, she didn't lose consciousness for long. Later, they found the stone statue and broke the formation. So the gales weakened and the 5 of them were able to reach the bottom of the valley smoothly. After understanding what happened, Emotinga felt even more puzzled. After thousands of years, the formation had long since lost its original might, which was why she was able to break it so easily. However, she had never imagined that the formation could actually affect the astral winds in the valley. If that was the case, wouldn't the might of the formation be much stronger than she had imagined? The hidden little spirit vein, the formation of the altar, the mysterious 5 elements platform, and this illusory formation that he knew was fake but couldn't see through. The master of this place was really terrifying. In addition, this valley was clearly as beautiful as a fairyland, but the air was filled with miasma and astral winds, as if it was deliberately not letting outsiders know. Putting all these together, it sounded like some kind of expert was living here in seclusion. However, what about the stone statue and the altar? The two appeared in the same place, which was like worshipping gods in the mortal world, but there were traces of immortal cultivators everywhere. Could it be that there were mortals in this valley who worshipped the immortal cultivators who lived here as gods? She thought of several possibilities in her mind, but Yen Ruoshu was still jabbering on and on. Emotinga was annoyed by her, so she stood up and said, "Fellow Taoist Yen." Yen Ruoshu was stunned. "Let's split up and search. If we run into other people, we'll meet here." Yen Ruoshu was at a loss. She was indeed a bit scared to be alone. Emotinga's heart softened when she saw a trace of fear flashing across her face, but also embarrassed to say it out loud. She found this person too weak and displeasing to the eye, but she was actually just a timid woman who didn't have any bad intentions. Emotinga softened her tone and said, "If it's inconvenient for fellow Taoist, you can wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Yen Ruoshu nodded gratefully. "Okay, big sister Yi, you have to be careful." Emotinga gave her a smile, then she controlled the white silk handkerchief and flew up. When she was with Yen Ruoshu just now, they only roughly searched the entire valley. This time, without Yen Ruoshu chattering on the side, Emotinga carefully searched the stone platforms one by one. The location of the stone statue in the T-shaped valley happened to be in the bottommost hook. There was also a long valley path that was horizontal and vertical. There were too many trees and their branches were too lush, making it inconvenient to fly. Emotinga simply got off the white silk handkerchief and walked along the vine bridge. If she ran into a 5 elements platform, she would be directly taken to the next point. Maybe those people also did the same. She might be able to find 1 or 2 by chance this way. As she walked on the vine bridge and among the trees, she heard the chirping of insects, the singing of birds, and the frolicking of spiritual beasts. Emotinga suddenly had a feeling that living in seclusion for the rest of her life, in such a paradise, was also good. But this thought only flashed in her mind for a moment, before she immediately swept it out of her mind. She had a virtual sky world. Wasn't it also a paradise inside? What was there to be envious about? If she let this thought go, she was afraid she really wouldn't be able to get out of this illusory formation for the rest of her life. After walking for a while, she suddenly sensed a faint spiritual aura fluctuation with her divine sense. Emotinga's spirit was aroused. She couldn't care about anything else. She alternated between the vine bridge and the 5 elements platforms, rushing towards the spiritual aura fluctuation. The spiritual aura fluctuation became clearer and clearer. She clearly felt that 3 cultivators were fighting. One of them had a somewhat familiar spiritual aura. Emotinga stepped onto another 5 elements platform. She turned a corner and saw it. It was the 2 male cultivators Lu and Wang and Taoist Fangjing. She didn't know what was going on, but the 3 of them were actually fighting recklessly with bloodshot eyes. The other strange thing was that although the 2 male cultivators Lu and Wang were fighting together against Taoist Fangjing, they would trip each other up from time to time. It was simply a 3-way fight. If she only met them on the road, Emotinga wouldn't have paid any attention to them. Even if the 3 of them died together, it wouldn't have mattered to her. But now, they encountered the illusory formation in this valley together, and each of them was standing on one of the 5 colored stone platforms. Who knew if something bad would happen if one of them died? With that thought in mind, Emotinga summoned the white silk handkerchief. As she flew towards them, she shouted, "Stop!" The 3 people looked at her at the same time, but all of them suddenly changed direction and started to attack her with magic tools and spells. Taoist Fangjing shouted, "Fellow Taoist Yi, don't get involved." I found this thing first. Emotienga was stunned. She didn't have time to think about the meaning of his words, because the attacks from the three people's magic tools had already arrived. She raised her hand, causing a brick wall to fall, and completely blocked the three people's attacks. At the same time, she used the shuttle of flying Apsara and the soul refining art to release its spiritual aura pressure. The three people immediately felt their heads go numb, and their movements were a step slower. Each of them was surrounded by the golden rays, formed by the shuttle of flying Apsara. Nevertheless, these three people weren't mediocre. Among the 9 people trapped in this valley, 5 of them were in the early stage of the foundation building realm, while the 4 of them were in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Emotienga wasn't afraid of facing 3 middle stage foundation building cultivators at the same time. But even if she wasn't afraid, it was still very difficult for her. She borrowed the spiritual aura pressure from the second layer of the soul refining art to seize the initiative and split the shuttle of flying Apsara into 3, trapping the 3 people at the same time. In the next moment, the 3 of them reacted and each used their own methods. Taoist Fangxing used a horsetail whisk. Although it wasn't a high-grade magic tool, it had a lot of experience. Among the 2 male cultivators surnamed Lu and Wang, one used a sword while the other was a talisman cultivator. When the 3 of them attacked her at the same time, even though Emotienga's magic tool was powerful, she still found herself in danger. At that moment, the benefits of comparing notes with Yi Jingwen all day long previously showed themselves. Yi Jingwen was a sword cultivator, and his fighting techniques were also superior to cultivators in the same realm as him. He had a move called 1,000 Directions Broken Light Sword, which was extremely powerful. When he released several hundred sword auras to attack the enemy at the same time, it was no different from fighting several cultivators at the same time. Now that she saw the 3 people attacking her at the same time, Emotienga, who had already prepared her soul-refining art, instantly released her spiritual aura pressure. The shuttle of flying Apsara closed, and she once again attacked the talisman cultivator surnamed Wang. At the same time, she also summoned the enchanting lantern and firmly blocked their attacks with the white silk handkerchief. Several methods were launched at the same time, and there were practically no pauses in between. This was the result of comparing notes with Yi Jingwen. The faster she attacked, and the more methods she had, the higher her chances of winning were. The enchanting lantern shone brightly, the shuttle of flying Apsara laid a formation, and the soul refining art suppressed them. For a moment, the 3 people were suppressed by her, and stopped for a moment. Emotienga shouted, "Wake up! This is an illusory formation." Right after she said that, and their divine senses were suppressed by the soul refining art, the 3 people were stunned for a moment before they somewhat sobered up. Emotienga seized this opportunity and shouted, "Whatever you think will appear here. You mustn't fall into the trap." The 3 people finally stopped. Taoist Fangxing's expression was filled with doubt. "It's fake." Emotienga heaved a sigh of relief. "Correct. What did you see just now? Each of you should think about something else." The 3 people were skeptical, so they turned around to look behind them. Only then did Emotienga notice that there was a snow-white flower growing on the rock wall. It was surrounded by immortal aura, and it looked like a fairy descending to the world. She suddenly understood. This was the white jade snow lotus, a rare species passed down from the distant past era. It could be concocted into a kind of medicinal pill called Heavenly Fragrance Pill. This pill could help people break through bottlenecks, and it was also effective for nascent soul cultivators. It was no wonder the 3 of them fought over it. However, there were several stalks in her virtual sky world, and they were much older than this one, so there was no need for her to be jealous. In fact, the 3 people had been observing her. If she saw this thing and was tempted, they would kill her immediately. However, when Emotienga saw the white jade snow lotus, she only showed a look of realization on her face before she regained her calmness. Only then did the 3 of them listen to her and try to think about other things. All of a sudden, the white jade snow lotus turned into green smoke and disappeared into the air. What appeared in that place was a spiritual plant enshrouded in purple aura. It swayed in the wind and was surrounded by spiritual aura. Purple slew grass. The three people's expressions changed greatly. They looked at each other and remained silent. Emotienga knew they believed her, so she heaved a sigh of relief. She put away her magic weapons and tools, then walked towards them. You saw it. In here, whatever you think in your heart will directly appear in front of you. Spiritual plants and exotic flowers? They're all fake. Daoist Fangjing's face alternated between red and white. In the end, he heaved a long sigh and said, "It seems I was too impatient. In that case, I have to thank the master of this place. If it weren't for this illusory formation, I also wouldn't have realized I almost had an inner demon." Based on what he said, it seemed the person who imagined the white jade snow lotus here was Daoist Fangjing. But of course, he wasn't young, and he didn't have a cultivation group to rely on. So he must be the most anxious. Medicinal pills concocted from white jade snow lotus could help people break through bottlenecks. So it must be what he needed the most right now. Therefore, as soon as he arrived here, he hoped to find this kind of miraculous medicine. When the two cultivators Lu and Wang heard what Daoist Fangjing said, they also looked ashamed. Not only did they believe her, but they also had a falling out with their fellow disciples because of it. Even if the two of them didn't mention it, there was already a grudge in their hearts. Daoist Fangjing cupped his hands towards Emotienga, then said sincerely, "Fellow Daoist Yi, thank you very much for this time." Emotienga nodded to accept his bow, then asked, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, fellow Daoist Lu, fellow Daoist Wang, how did you get here?" The one who answered was still Daoist Fangjing. "After I disappeared from the 5 Elements platforms, I found myself not too far from here. I slowly walked here until I found the white jade snow lotus. Just as I was about to pick it, these two fellow Daoists rushed out." He cast a glance at the two cultivators Lu and Wang. Although he maintained his politeness, there was a hint of disdain in his gaze. Obviously, when the two cultivators Lu and Wang saw the lotus, they also wanted to take it for themselves and had a falling out with their fellow disciples. Emotienga wasn't interested in investigating this. She swept her gaze over the two cultivators Lu and Wang, then asked, "Have you seen anyone else?" The three of them shook their heads. Daoist Fangjing asked, "Then what about fellow Daoist Yi? What did you experience on this trip?" Emotienga said, "I was transported to the stone statue, and I met fellow Daoist Yen. But fellow Daoist Yen was separated from her 2 junior martial sisters. And I also didn't see fellow Daoist Yao and his wife." "Then how did fellow Daoist Yi know this place was an illusory formation? Could it be that you also encountered something?" It was the cultivator surnamed Lu who interrupted. There was a suspicious look in his eyes. Obviously, he thought they also encountered something similar. Emotienga said faintly, "When fellow Daoist Yen and I met, and discovered we were wearing the same clothes from that stone statue, I knew something was amiss. Sure enough, when I tried, I confirmed this place was undoubtedly an illusory formation." Oh, this answer surprised the two cultivators Lu and Wang. But since they saw her methods just now, they didn't dare to say anything. This little girl looked gentle, but her attacks were really terrifying. Her movements were as fast as wind and thunder, and her magic weapon was powerful. Although she was also in the middle stage of the foundation building realm like them, she dared to fight against the 3 of them alone, without showing any signs of losing. They originally thought they were cultivators from cultivation groups, so they looked down on this group of cultivators from the secular world. They thought this female cultivator was an individual cultivator, like the Yao couple and Daoist Fangjing. They never expected her to be so powerful. Right now they were certain Emotienga was undoubtedly a cultivator from a cultivation group. "Fellow Daoist Yi, what should we do now?" The 3 of them almost killed each other. Fortunately, Emotienga reminded them, so Daoist Fangjing was now very polite. Emotienga thought for a while, then said, "We'd better find the others first. We're each standing on one of the 5 Elements platforms. We don't know what will happen to the others if they don't pass the test. If something happens to them, and we get implicated because of it, things won't be good." The 3 of them thought about it and agreed. They each stood on one of the 5 Elements platforms, so they might have already been recognized as one. What if one of them didn't pass the illusory formation, and this formation turned into a killing formation? If they lost their lives just like that, it would be too unjust. Fellow Taoist Yi is right. Taoist Fangjing was the first to agree. Lu and Wang looked at each other and nodded. Shall we go look for them first? Let's split up and search, Emotinga said. It'll be faster to find them this way. Fellow Taoist Yen and I agreed to meet at the stone statue. After we find them, we'll go to the stone statue. Just in case. How about we split into groups of 2? It's easy to fall into the trap if you're alone. So it's good to have someone on the side to remind you, Taoist Fangjing suggested. Lu and Wang hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything. They had just fought, and it was obvious that there was a grudge between them. However, in this unfamiliar environment, they could still trust each other a little. That's settled then. Emotinga spoke first. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Wang, you two are fellow apprentices, so you'll naturally be together. How about I go with fellow Taoist Fangjing? How could Lu and Wang not agree? They nodded, and the 4 of them split into groups of 2. Emotinga felt a bit more relaxed now that she was searching with Taoist Fangjing. Taoist Fangjing was an old cultivator who had been in the cultivation world for a long time. He wasn't a chatterbox like Yen Ruoshu, and he was even more experienced than her in handling matters. The 2 of them quickly searched their way. The place where Taoist Fangjing and the 2 cultivators Lu and Wang fought was at the T-shaped intersection. Since Emotinga came from the stone statue, they were divided into 2 teams, so they naturally went in opposite directions and searched for the 2 sides of the T-shaped intersection. Fellow Taoist Yi, Taoist Fangjing suddenly shouted from the stone platform on the other side. Emotinga turned around and saw Taoist Fangjing, who was on the other 5 elements platform, waving at her then pointing in a direction. She closed her eyes and released her divine sense. Sure enough, she found subtle spiritual aura fluctuations. She couldn't help but admire Taoist Fangjing's divine sense. Before entering the valley, she already knew he must have practiced a spell to strengthen his divine sense, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. She overlooked it, but Taoist Fangjing sensed it. Apparently, the saying old ginger is spicier was indeed true, even though his cultivation level was a bit lower than hers. This Taoist Fangjing really couldn't be underestimated. The 2 of them chased after him using the spiritual aura fluctuations. Before long, they heard fighting noises. It was Yen Ruoshu's 2 junior martial sisters. Emotinga was rather flabbergasted. It wasn't a big deal when it came to the 2 cultivators Lu and Wang. Male cultivators valued worldly possessions, and their characters were also more aggressive. When they came across treasures, it was very likely that they would fight each other, even if they were from the same cultivation group. However, these 2 were female cultivators. Female cultivators rarely fought each other when they ran into trouble, not to mention they were martial sisters from the same cultivation group. Taoist Fangjing was also astonished. The 2 of them slowly flew over. Sure enough, the 2 female cultivators from Bishuan Court were fighting each other. Moreover, judging from the way they fought, they didn't seem to be holding back at all. *TCH. In the middle of the fight, one of the female cultivators dressed in black shouted loudly, "You still dare to attack me?" The other female cultivator dressed in yellow, whom Emotinga remembered was called Junior Martial Sister Yin, by the female cultivator dressed in black, withdrew her jade bracelet magic tool then uttered a cold humph. "Senior Martial Sister Lu, it was you who attacked first." "You?" The female cultivator called Senior Martial Sister Lu had a twisted expression, and her face was filled with resentment. "Fellow Taoist Yi." Taoist Fangjing stopped and said softly, "Look over there." Emotinga looked in the direction Taoist Fangjing was pointing. Not far from the 2 female cultivators stood a white-robed man. He was very handsome, elegant and suave. Emotinga sensed spiritual aura fluctuations coming from his body. His cultivation level was in the early stage of the foundation building realm. She muttered to herself, "This isn't a real person, right?" Taoist Fangjing frowned then slowly shook his head. "In my opinion, he shouldn't be." Emotinga already knew second-rank spiritual beasts could be created inside this illusory formation. So presumably, creating an early-stage foundation-building cultivator shouldn't be a problem, right? Since this person appeared where the two women were fighting, he was most likely the reason for their conflict. Alas, it's another emotional entanglement. For female cultivators, feelings were indeed more important than treasures. At that moment, Junior Martial Sister Yun leaned towards the white-robed male cultivator and said in a sweet voice, "Big Brother Tang, look at Senior Martial Sister Lu." Before she could finish, Senior Martial Sister Lu whipped her magic tool whip and said angrily, "Yun Hanyan, don't go too far." Pretending to be weak and pitiful. "What else can you do besides this trick? You're slandering me for hitting you. It's obviously you who insulted me, so I." The woman called Yun Hanyan only glanced at her, then turned to talk to the male cultivator again. "Big Brother Tang, I'm not that kind of person. You know Yun Hanyan." Senior Martial Sister Lu couldn't help but shout angrily when she heard Yun Hanyan wiping her tears again. She didn't say anything else, and lashed her whip again. The two women started fighting again. Emotinga couldn't help but rub the space between her eyebrows. Didn't these two people realize something was wrong with their Big Brother Tang? They were jealous of this man, but they couldn't even tell whether he was real or fake. Spiritual beasts and the like could be imitated, but humans were too complicated. Even if they could be imitated, the details would always be different. Since they were lovers, they would naturally be able to tell the difference. Taoist Fangjing flew towards them and shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoists." His arrival finally made the two women stop fighting for a moment, but they still glared at each other with hatred, and only paid a little attention to Taoist Fangjing. In the end, Senior Martial Sister Lu still remembered the matter at hand. She asked, "Fellow Taoist, is something the matter?" Taoist Fangjing was annoyed that these two people didn't know what was important. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and threw his magic tool towards the white-robed male cultivator. The two women turned pale with fright. The two people who were fighting just now attacked Taoist Fangjing together. At that moment, Emotinga arrived. She waved her white silk handkerchief, blocking the two women's magic tools, allowing Taoist Fangjing to attack the white-robed male cultivator smoothly. Under Taoist Fangjing's attack, the white-robed male cultivator retreated all of a sudden. He then took out a flying sword and attacked Taoist Fangjing. Taoist Fangjing never expected that a fake illusion would be able to retreat and counterattack. He was stunned for a moment, and his reaction was a step too slow. The flying sword brushed past him and cut half of his sleeve. Taoist Fangjing was astonished as he held the half of his sleeve. Emotinga shouted, "Fellow Taoist Fangjing, that illusion has the strength of a real person. You must be careful." Taoist Fangjing regained his senses and immediately dodged to the side. He then raised his hand and used magic to fight with the white-robed male cultivator. Under normal circumstances, individual cultivators couldn't compare to cultivators from cultivation groups or cultivation clans because they lacked magic tools, spiritual talismans, spirit stones, and the like. They also didn't have good cultivation techniques, so they were at a disadvantage in fights of magical power. However, outstanding individual cultivators weren't inferior to cultivators from cultivation groups. Because their path to immortality was extremely difficult, they had perseverance and patience that surpassed ordinary people, and they were battle-hardened. Those who could reach the end and stand above everyone else were people with excellent wisdom and tyrannical spells. Although Taoist Fangjing couldn't be said to have excellent wisdom, he had roamed the cultivation world for several hundred years. Being able to reach the middle stage of the foundation-building realm and still live well proved that he surpassed other people in certain aspects. The fact that he could hold on for such a long time while fighting against Lu and Wang proved that he had some clues. This white-robed male cultivator was only in the early stage of the foundation-building realm, so his cultivation level was slightly lower than Taoist Fangjing's. Furthermore, he was an illusion. Although the illusory formation made him look like a real person, he lacked the flexibility and versatility of a real person in fights of magical power. Once he was tangled with Taoist Fangjing, it only took him a moment to show signs of defeat. Yin Hanyin and senior marshal sister Lu were on tenterhooks when they saw Big Brother Tang in danger again and again. However, they were blocked by Mo Tiange and couldn't go forward, so the two of them were furious. They glanced at each other, then simultaneously attacked Mo Tiange. When Mo Tiange saw that one of them took out several magic tools, and the other threw out a large number of talismans, looking as if they wanted to fight her to the death, she was also annoyed. She wanted to teach them a lesson, so she didn't show any mercy. The shuttle of flying Apsara and the white silk handkerchief both attacked and defended, resolving this move. In a flash, Mo Tiange released the spiritual aura pressure of the soul-refining art, causing the two women to freeze. Mo Tiange didn't show any mercy. The golden rays from the shuttle of flying Apsara split into 2, and then 4. Each ray attacked the two women separately. The golden rays were aggressive, and their momentum was monstrous. Coupled with the fact that Mo Tiange was suppressing them with the spiritual aura pressure of the soul-refining art, the two women no longer had the strength to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as the golden rays pierced their bodies. Ah! Two cries of alarm rang out at the same time. Mo Tiange put away her magic weapons and magic tools, then landed on the ground. She stared coldly at the two women. Ah! Also came from the other side. Taoist Fangjing had killed the illusion of the white-robed male cultivator. When the two women heard that sound, they simultaneously turned their heads and shouted, "Big Brother Tang!" Regardless of their injuries, they crawled up and staggered towards the white-robed male cultivator. They threw themselves on his body. Once they saw that he was no longer breathing, they burst into tears. Mo Tiange and Taoist Fangjing glanced at each other. Both of them frowned. Taoist Fangjing was used to worldly affairs, so he couldn't stand this kind of ignorant cultivation group disciples. Mo Tiange was also unhappy that the two women still hadn't realized something was wrong. "You!" After crying, senior marshal sister Lu crawled up with a tear-stained face. A ruthless expression appeared on her face. "I'll fight you to the death." Mo Tiange was furious. She let out a cold humph, then raised her hand and pressed down. The golden rays she held back just now burst out of their bodies. Ah! The two women cried out and fell to the ground. Their shoulders were injured. "Why don't you think about why your big brother Tang is here?" Mo Tiange shouted. "You can't even distinguish an illusion. If I knew this would happen, I would have let you kill each other." The two women were stunned to hear what she said. Their tears hadn't dried yet as they stared at her blankly. "Illusion?" Senior marshal sister Lu asked in a hoarse voice. Mo Tiange was very angry. She turned her head away, not wanting to talk to them. Taoist Fangjing could only step forward and explain. "Fellow Taoists, think carefully. How did your senior marshal brother come here?" The two women were stunned. They glanced at each other, then Yun Hanyan said with uncertainty, Senior marshal sister Lu and I walked here. While we were talking, we saw Big Brother Tang walking towards us." "Then how did you talk to your Big Brother Tang?" The two women were silent. After a while, senior marshal sister Lu finally answered. "We quarreled as soon as we saw Big Brother Tang. So that's what happened." These two women. Taoist Fangjing also couldn't bear it anymore. He furrowed his brows and continued to say, "Calm down and think about it. You've been fighting like this. Would your big brother Tang say nothing?" The two women were silent at the same time. The mournful expressions on their faces finally disappeared. Because they quarreled as soon as they saw Big Brother Tang. They didn't have time to recall how Big Brother Tang should react. Therefore, this illusion didn't say anything, and only stood there in a daze. The hateful thing was, these two women still couldn't tell it apart. "Enough," Mo Tiange said coldly. "Wipe your tears, treat your wounds, and follow us." Chapter 160. Yin and Lu weren't seriously injured. Seeing how Mo Tiange and Taoist Fangjing spoke to them harshly, and didn't conceal their disgust, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, it was a fact that their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. Moreover, they just witnessed their fighting strength. They were both female cultivators who weren't good at fights of magical powers. If they fought, any one of them would be enough to kill them. At that moment, The two of them obediently bandaged their wounds and left with Emotienga and Taoist Fangzheng without saying a word. Although Emotienga wanted to teach them a lesson, she didn't hurt their vital parts. After casting a simple healing spell, Yin and Lu's injuries weren't serious. After watching such a farce, the group of four silently searched the rest of the way. As expected, they didn't find anything, so they rushed back to the stone statue. They walked to the bottom of the valley and turned a corner. The stone statue was right in front of them, but Emotienga was stunned. The altar was empty, and there was no one around it. Yin Ruoshu wasn't there. Emotienga was powerless now. Although she didn't deny that female cultivators generally had lower fighting strength than male cultivators because of their personalities, most of the female cultivators she'd met weren't inferior to male cultivators. Aside from Lord Taoist Jinghe's maids with high standards, Yunwu Sec's Wang Qianyi and Morong Yen, Xianqing School's Luo Fingxue, Han Qingyu, and the others all had methods and temperaments that weren't inferior to male cultivators, so they never dragged others down. The three Bishuan court female cultivators she ran into really annoyed her. One was cowardly, and the other two were jealous. Could it be that there were only female cultivators in the group, and no male cultivators to compare them with, so they just let themselves be and didn't strive to improve themselves? Emotienga's expression darkened. I told fellow Taoist Yin we'd meet here, but I don't know where she went. Taoist Fangzheng's expression also darkened. He was an individual cultivator, so he became even more furious when he saw how useless the group's disciples were. How much effort and how many hardships did individual cultivators have to go through to reach the foundation-building realm? These group's disciples had masters to teach them and were worshipped by the group, yet they were actually so disappointing. Let's just wait here. If we get separated again, it'll be troublesome, Taoist Fangzheng said. We can't keep searching like this. If we lose someone else. After Taoist Fangzheng said that, he didn't continue speaking. Emotienga already understood what he meant. They weren't these women's masters or relatives, so she couldn't take care of them right now. It would be better to just let them fend for themselves. Although this meaning was cruel, it was also the reality. If she had the strength to spare, Emotienga wouldn't mind lending a helping hand. However, she also couldn't make heads or tails of this illusory formation in front of her. It would be best if she didn't get killed by them. As an individual cultivator, Taoist Fangzheng was able to smoothly live until he reached the middle stage of the foundation-building realm. When he needed to be ruthless, he would never be soft-hearted. Now that he saw that Emotienga was silent, he knew she had acquiesced, so his worried heart relaxed a little. Taoist Fangzheng already saw Emotienga's strength during the fight just now. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he naturally hoped he could join hands with her. At that moment, however, the two cultivators Yin and Lu couldn't hear anything. Seeing their ignorant expressions, Emotienga felt pity and hatred in her heart. She steeled her heart and pretended she didn't see anything. Although she had the virtual sky world, they were now inside someone else's illusory formation. Even if they entered the virtual sky world, they would still be frustrated if they couldn't leave. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to leave this illusory formation safely. She didn't need to be responsible for other people's lives. The four of them waited on the stone statue altar for a while. The two cultivators Lu and Wang finally came back. When Emotienga sensed them with her divine sense, she deliberately paid attention to them. She realized there were only the two of them, and there was no trace of Yao Zixio or Shang Ruwan. She felt both lucky and disappointed. She was lucky that the two of them came back safely. She was disappointed because she had a good impression of Shang Ruwan, so she couldn't help but feel sad if Shang Ruwan disappeared just like that. The two cultivators Lu and Wang arrived. They glanced around then asked, "What about the Yao couple and Miss Yen?" Taoist Fangzheng fought with the two of them, so he didn't want to pay attention to them right now. Emotienga answered, "We also didn't find the Yao couple. Fellow Taoist Yen was originally here, but she disappeared when we came back. We don't know where she went." The two cultivators Lu and Wang glanced at each other and said anxiously, "Then what should we do? If something happened to them, will we also be implicated?" I don't know, Emotinga said faintly. We've searched the whole valley. If fellow Taoists have any ideas, you can bring them up and give it a try. On the five-colored five elements platform, the two cultivators Liu and Wang already showed they were proficient in formations. In fact, Emotinga came from a learned family and had access to ancient books in the virtual sky world, so her knowledge about formations was naturally richer than theirs. It was just that she deliberately hid her skills and didn't want to talk about it. The two cultivators Liu and Wang were startled by what she said. Soon after, they went to the side and started to discuss. Emotinga listened to their discussion. These two cultivators' attainments and formations weren't bad, but this illusory formation was too real. Their methods might be useless. She then sat on the side in silence and pondered by herself. All formations needed the support of external spiritual aura. The formation on the altar in the real valley was easily broken by her, because it had been too long, and its spiritual aura had declined. This illusory formation could create second-rank demonic beasts, foundation-building cultivators, and thousand-year-old spiritual plants brimming with spiritual aura. The amount of spiritual aura it used must have been enormous. That was strange. Why could this formation still display such power, even though it had existed for so long? The amount of spiritual aura it needed to trap them in this place and create those things brimming with spiritual aura was really frightening. It definitely couldn't be achieved by using hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. The spirit stones used to create such an exquisite formation must have been of a high grade. Spirit stones were also divided into grades. Ordinary spirit stones whose grades weren't mentioned were all low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were middle-grade spirit stones and high-grade spirit stones. Middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones were very rare in the cultivation world. Cultivators after the core formation realm usually couldn't obtain them. Because Emotinga was Lord Taoist Jinghe's disciple, she received some middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones as a disciple. But even if she had them, she usually only used low-grade spirit stones. Middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones were reserved for laying high-level formations. The higher the level of a formation, the higher the concentration of spiritual aura it needed. Once the concentration of spiritual aura reached a certain level, it couldn't be increased just by increasing the number of spirit stones. She had to use middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Since the spiritual aura this formation needed was so frightening, Emotinga roughly guessed the number of high-grade spirit stones needed was probably more than 1,000 or even 10,000. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Emotinga thought about it and felt it was terrifying. Because she was Lord Taoist Jinghe's advanced inner disciple, her disciples' rations were only a bit less than core formation cultivators, but it was several times more than ordinary foundation-building cultivators and even elite disciples. However, she only received about 10 middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones every year. If she didn't advance, it would take her more than 1,000 years to save up 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. She was in charge of all the affairs in Shangqing Palace. Lord Taoist Jinghe only received about 100 high-grade spirit stones every year. Even so, it would take him several decades, or even 100 years to save up 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. If the consumption of cultivating, laying formations, and so on were taken into account, her cheap master's net worth was probably only this much, right? What was the identity of the master of this place? Her master was a nascent soul cultivator from one of the top cultivation groups in the celestial pole. Even among nascent soul cultivators, his net worth was considered rich, but he probably wouldn't use 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to lay a formation. Could it be a cultivator in the nascent soul realm or above? This thought only flashed in Emotinga's mind, but she soon shook her head. She had seen Zhong Muling in Yuanbao. Judging from the illusory sky formation, this formation was a lot worse, and didn't seem to be the work of a deification cultivator. Besides, how could a deification cultivator be so easy to find? According to Yuanbao, the world was so big, and the celestial pole was only a corner. There were more than 10 places like the celestial pole, and it would take several thousand years for a deification cultivator to appear. How could she be so lucky as to casually enter a deification cultivator's immortal's cave? She shook her head and continued to think about how to crack the formation. Spiritual aura. Right, such a huge illusory formation definitely couldn't exist for a long time. Even if she couldn't crack it, it would be good if it could last for several months. A happy expression appeared on her face, but a moment later her smile froze. Wrong. She only thought that an illusory formation would certainly consume a lot of spiritual aura. But she never thought that an illusory formation might make people feel wronged. One day might turn into a year. If that was the case, perhaps being trapped here for several months would turn into several hundred years, and they wouldn't be able to leave for several hundred years. However, they also couldn't really cultivate for several hundred years. In the end they might go crazy, right? Thinking up to this point, Mo Tiange still couldn't find an answer, so she sighed. Taoist Fangjing noticed her expression, so he walked towards her and asked, "Fellow Taoist Yi, what's wrong?" Mo Tiange shook her head. "It's nothing. I just can't think of a way to crack it." She turned around and saw that the two cultivators Lu and Wang were also shaking their heads and sighing. Obviously, they also couldn't think of a way to crack it. As for the two Bishuan court female disciples, upon seeing their cautious expressions, they finally realized what kind of dangerous situation they were in, so they were no longer in the mood to quarrel. Instead, they just huddled together with fear on their faces. The 6 of them were at their wits' end. They sat on the stone statue's altar for a whole day and watched the sky turn dark, but they still couldn't come up with a solution. There was also no trace of the Yao couple and Yin Ruoshu. Seeing that the sky was already dark, Mo Tiange casually found a place on the altar to sit and meditate. She didn't know whether this place was safe or not, so she naturally didn't dare to cultivate. She just adjusted her breath. Her surroundings were completely silent, but all of a sudden, she heard a whimper. Mo Tiange opened her eyes, then turned to look at the two women, Yun and Lu. The one who was crying was Yin Hanyan. She was sitting with tears in her eyes, hugging her knees, looking like she wanted to cry but didn't dare to. "Miss Yin." The cultivator surnamed Lu walked to the front of the two women, then asked softly, "What's wrong?" Yin Hanyan raised her head. Her eyes were brimming with tears, looking delicate and lovely. She said in a trembling voice, I. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to. The cultivator surnamed Wang also walked over. Upon seeing her like this, the two male cultivators both looked comforted. The cultivator surnamed Lu seized the initiative and comforted her. "Miss Yin, don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect you." Upon hearing what he said, Yun Hanyan blinked, and a tear fell from her eye. "Really?" The two male cultivators nodded desperately. Mo Tiange originally thought that senior martial sister Lu would laugh at her, but unexpectedly she didn't. She glanced at her, only to find that senior martial sister Lu was sitting in a daze. Her eyes were unfocused, and she looked like she had lost her soul. From time to time, she would smile sweetly, but in the end, her expression would be infinitely sad. Mo Tiange remembered that senior martial sister Lu and Yin Hanyan were fighting over a man's favor during the day. Apparently, she was thinking about her big brother Tang. However, judging from her expression and the conversation they had during the day, she was probably thinking about sad things. Seeing Yin Hanyan talking to the two cultivators like a little white rabbit, then comparing it to the desolate expression on senior martial sister Lu's face, Mo Tiange couldn't help but sympathize with her. No matter who was right or wrong between them, right now, it was very obvious who had more true feelings for her. Yin Hanyan was probably used to winning men's favor like this, but this female cultivator surnamed Lu was now only thinking about her big brother Tang. In fact, it wasn't strange that big brother Tang liked Yin Hanyan more. Both men and women thought the other party was very strange. Women liked by men were usually not recognized by the same sex, and men liked by women were usually considered by men to be embroidered pillows. No matter whether Yin Hanyan pretended to be weak or pitiful, men always fell for this trick. But that person shouldn't be like this, right? In his eyes, Men and women seemed to be the same. Aside from cultivating, he had nothing else to do. After thinking for a long time, Taoist Fangjing suddenly shouted in the darkness, "Who's there?" Emotinga was startled. She immediately stood up and prepared to fight. She spread her divine sense, but in the next second she was stunned. In the darkness, a tall man slowly walked towards her. He wore a high hat and a broad belt, looked heroic, and his whole body emitted a frightening momentum. The other people's expressions changed greatly. This momentum, he was a core formation senior. After seeing this person clearly, Taoist Fangjing looked at Emo's reaction out of habit. However, he saw Emotinga staring at that person, seemingly thinking about something. He didn't have time to think too much. He cupped his hands and tried to speak as calmly and respectfully as possible. "Senior, I'm Junior Fangjing. May I ask how Senior got here?" That person didn't pay him any attention and walked straight towards Emotinga. Fangjing and the others were horrified. Although they outnumbered him, the other party was a core formation cultivator. The gap between a core formation cultivator and a foundation building cultivator was too big. They didn't know where this person came from. If he harbored evil intentions towards them, he only needed to wave his hand, and they would probably, under their fearful and trembling gazes, that person finally stopped several feet away from them. Emotinga also heaved a sigh of relief. She glanced at him and said, "This is an illusion." "An illusion?" Fangjing and the others were startled, but they still looked at him cautiously. They were afraid this illusion would have the same attack power as the one they encountered. "Tinga!" The illusion spoke all of a sudden. Fangjing and the others were startled once again. Cultivators Lu and Wang didn't need to say anything since they'd never seen a person's illusion. Although Fangjing and the two disciples Yin and Lu had seen the illusion of Big Brother Tang, that illusion couldn't speak. The illusion walked towards Emotinga step by step and said softly, "Tinga, why didn't you say goodbye to me when you left?" Emotinga closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found the illusion was still there. She could only smile bitterly. "Why should I say goodbye to you?" The illusion paused for a moment then said, You shouldn't have come to say goodbye. I didn't want to see you." Although Emotinga knew the illusion in front of her was fake, she still felt her heart tighten. After a long time, she finally exhaled and said softly, "Yes. I don't know the reason, but you've already used your actions to explain that you don't want to see me. I also don't want to see you again. Go, don't appear in front of me again." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and turned her head. Upon hearing what she said, the illusion stood there for a while then suddenly walked forward until he was very close to her. Emotinga heard his voice suddenly soften. "In fact, I wanted to see you. I just. His hand was about to wrap around her, but Emotinga took a step back. She said those words because she hoped the illusion would disappear on its own, but she couldn't control her thoughts. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and stared at the illusion that was almost no different from the real person in front of her. She said word by word, "You're fake. I don't want to fake." The illusion smiled. It was a smile that rarely appeared on the real person. "I'm real. You want me to be real." Emotinga realized her state of mind was very chaotic. She knew this illusion wouldn't disappear, but she almost couldn't control herself. "Fellow Taoist Yi." At this time, Fangjing shouted and threw a talisman at her. "This is a heart-calming talisman." Emotinga took it and stuck it on her body without hesitation. Although her state of mind couldn't calm down immediately, it was no longer chaotic. She slowly calmed her breathing, but she was seriously looking at the illusion in front of her. "I admit that I have feelings for you, but I want to walk the path of immortal ascension. If you love me, I'll be happy. If you hate me, I won't be sad." The man in the light blue Taoist robe finally faded away as she spoke. When the illusion completely disappeared, Fangjing and the others finally heaved sighs of relief. A core formation cultivator. The illusion here had the power of a real person. If they really fought with this illusion, they wouldn't even need to think of a way to get out, because they would die here. "Fellow Taoist Yi." At that moment, Daoist Fangjing looked at Emotienga with a different gaze. Just now, he heard the illusion call her by another name, so he knew the name Yi Xiaotian was most likely fake. But it didn't matter. They were just strangers who met by chance. Maybe they wouldn't see each other again after they parted. So what did it matter what name she was called? The most important thing was that the illusion just now was a core formation cultivator. This woman had an unusual relationship with a core formation cultivator, which meant her identity was more complicated than he imagined. In that case, he definitely couldn't offend her. In addition, Fangjing noticed something else. He had been in the cultivation world for several hundred years and met countless cultivators. So he recognized at a glance that the illusion was wearing the Taoist robe of Xianqing School, the number 2 cultivation group in the celestial pole. Apparently, this woman was also related to Xianqing School. In a flash, relying on his rich experience, Taoist Fangjing analyzed all this and had a rough idea of what to do. Whether it was because of her hidden identity or the ability she showed so far, he absolutely couldn't offend this woman. Emotienga wiped the sweat on her forehead, then smiled at Taoist Fangjing. Fellow Taoist Fangjing, thank you for the heart-calming talisman just now. The price of a heart-calming talisman is quite high. It's not cheap. I don't want fellow Taoists to lose it for no reason, so I might as well exchange this talisman with you. Taoist Fangjing took the talisman and looked at it. This was actually a foundation-building cultivator's invisibility talisman. He originally felt distressed about using a heart-calming talisman that costs more than 100 spirit stones. But now he realized he made a huge profit. A foundation-building cultivator's invisibility talisman was priceless. Even if it could be bought, it would cost at least several hundred spirit stones. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I won't be polite. Chapter 161. Emotienga had her own considerations as to why she immediately used an invisibility talisman. First of all, she was no longer the miserable little aura-refining cultivator she was before. She had a school and a master, so a mere invisibility talisman wasn't something she felt distressed about. Secondly, although pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was an extremely effective move, there was no need for it if one was strong enough. There were a total of 5 groups of people here, so it would be very good if these 3 Bichuan court female disciples didn't drag them down. In terms of fighting strength, Emotienga didn't care at all. The 2 male cultivators, Lu and Wang, both had relatively high cultivation levels and weren't weak. If they joined forces, Emotienga would have a hard time dealing with them. However, the 2 of them weren't united. The Yao couple had great teamwork, but their cultivations were a little low. Taoist Fangjing's cultivation level was relatively high, and he was also strong in fights of magical powers. However, he didn't have many treasures, so Emotienga believed it wouldn't be difficult for her to deal with him if she went all out. That being the case, she might as well show her strength. Others might not know, but Taoist Fangjing was a smart man. Not only would he revere her, but he would also sincerely regard her as his companion. In this illusory array, if there was no one to warn him, he would easily fall into the trap. Having an ally was better than being alone. After giving Taoist Fangjing an invisibility talisman, she casually chatted with him for a while, then found a corner and sat cross-legged to meditate. Because of that illusion just now, the 2 cultivators Lu and Wang couldn't be bothered to curry favor with Yin Hanyin anymore. Instead, they hid to the side and whispered to each other, seemingly discussing Emotienga's real identity. She didn't care what these people thought of her. After they left this valley, they would go their separate ways. Who would know who was who? Just like that, the night passed without any danger. There were several kinds of illusions in the middle. Fortunately, they reminded each other, so nothing serious happened. The sky was bright and birds were chirping. The first ray of morning sunlight finally shone into the valley. The valley was surrounded by steep cliffs, and the sun shone in at 9 o'clock. The 6 people present were all foundation-building cultivators, so they didn't need to deliberately rest. It was just that after a night of fright, Yin and Lu were not in good spirits. Emotianga and Taoist Fangzheng glanced at each other. They both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. These female cultivators were really unable to accomplish anything, but were good at spoiling things. He wanted to leave them behind, but he was afraid that it would affect him. Even after the sky brightened, there were still no signs of activity. The two people, Wang and Lu, couldn't sit still anymore. After whispering to each other for a while, they walked towards Emotianga and Taoist Fangzheng together. It hadn't even been a day since they were trapped inside the formation, but they already formed a small group. Yun, Lu, and Wang were from the same cultivation group, so even if they had any conflicts, they were still together. Emotianga and Taoist Fangzheng were both single people, and their habits were also quite similar, so they were naturally closer to each other. Fellow Taoists. The one speaking was the cultivator surnamed Lu. Emotianga and Taoist Fangzheng opened their eyes and stared at them. Lu and Wang also sat down cross-legged in front of them and said, "Fellow Taoists, we can't go on like this. High-level illusory formations usually consume the energy of those who enter the formation. The longer we stay here, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Who knows, one day, we might run out of blood essence." Taoist Fangzheng was taken aback. "Consume blood essence?" The cultivator surnamed Wang answered, "Correct. We two martial brothers are disciples of Giga School. Our Giga School originated from Tianliang School. Now that Tianliang School has long been exterminated, our Giga School is definitely the strongest in the field of formations." It was only now that these two cultivators revealed their sex inheritance. Emotianga had indeed heard of Giga School. Although what the cultivator surnamed Wang said was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't far from the truth. There weren't any big cultivation groups in the celestial pole that were proficient in formations. There were only several medium-sized cultivation groups that were proficient in formations, and Giga School could be considered one of the best among them. However, the corners of Emotianga's mouth curved into a faint smile. What the two people said was a bit too shocking. She had studied illusory formations before, and there was indeed a saying about consuming blood essence, but that only happened when one was bewitched. Inside an illusory formation, if one was bewitched by the illusion, their blood essence would be absorbed by the formation. However, if one's mind was firm, they wouldn't be affected too much. Upon seeing her expression, the two people surnamed Lu and Wang felt a bit restless. They didn't know what she meant, so they glanced at each other. The cultivator surnamed Lu then said with a smile, "Little brother is Lu Xiangxin, and this is my junior martial brother, Wang Xiangji. May I know how to address you too?" She didn't know whether Taoist Fangzheng had greeted them or not, but the mechanism was activated the moment Emotianga entered the hall of the five-colored five elements platform. She only heard their surnames from Shang Rawan. "My Taoist name is Fangzheng." Taoist Fangzheng nodded at the two people. Emotianga then said, "Yi Xiaotian." The two people surnamed Lu and Wang were only surprised for a moment, but they didn't care too much about why her name sounded different from last night. The four of them greeted each other again. Lu Xiangxin then said, "Fellow Taoists, in short, if we stay in this illusory formation for another day, we'll suffer some injuries. It'd be better for us to leave as soon as possible." Emotianga chuckled. "We've always wanted to leave, but we just couldn't find the direction." Since fellow Taoists said this, could it be that you found a way? Lu Xiangxin hesitated for a moment. Wang Xiangji took over the conversation. "Miss Yi, to be honest, this formation is indeed brilliant. We two martial brothers also can't figure it out, but we can't just sit and do nothing, can we?" Taoist Fangzheng glanced at Emotianga's expression then asked, "Then what should we do in your opinion?" Upon hearing Taoist Fangzheng's tone of relief, Lu Xiangxin's spirits were lifted. "According to our research on formations, no matter how brilliant a formation is, it's impossible for it to be flawless. This valley isn't big, but it's very complicated. If we look around a bit, we'll definitely be able to find it." "You're right." Emotianga cast a glance at the two people surnamed Yin and Lu. "There are 6 of us. Should we split up and look? The two people surnamed Lu and Wang noticed her meaningful glance. They were both smart people, so how could they not understand what she meant? They immediately became somewhat hesitant. This, Emotinga put on a fake smile. Fellow Taoists, we can't just eat and not work. Lu Xiangxin was fine, but Wang Xiangji's face instantly flushed upon hearing what she said. Emotinga glanced at the two people surnamed Yin and Lu, meaning to ask whether they would be responsible for these two people. The two people surnamed Lu and Wang hesitated. After all, although they were trying to please them, their lives were still a bit more important. Emotinga mocked them for wanting to take advantage of them, but not wanting to take responsibility. Wang Xiangji was thin-skinned. Seeing as Emotinga was also a beautiful woman, mocking him to his face inevitably made him lose face. For a moment, the situation became awkward. Only the two people surnamed Yin and Lu were far away, so they didn't notice anything. Ahem. Taoist Fangjing coughed then said, Fellow Taoists, I'll tell you the truth. I'm already being polite by not taking their lives. I don't want to work for other people. Taoist Fangjing was an individual cultivator. The world of individual cultivators was much crueler than that of cultivation group disciples. Generally speaking, people who didn't show enough strength wouldn't be accepted if they went on an adventure together. Right now, he was already being polite by not making things difficult for these two Bichuan court female cultivators. After all, this matter wasn't the same as agreeing to go on an adventure. The 9 of them were inadvertently tied together. Since Taoist Fangjing already said this much, the two people surnamed Lu and Wang had nothing else to say. They glanced at each other, then Lu Xiangxin said, All right, the 4 of us will continue to search. As for the others, we won't care about them. Of course, we'll occupy the 5 elements platform separately, so it'd be best for us to take our lives into consideration. What he said gained the approval of the other 3 people. After a brief discussion, Lu Xiangxin told the 2 people surnamed Yin and Lu. Emotinga wasn't interested in what they had to say. She only saw from afar that Yun Hanyin lowered her head and wiped her tears as soon as she heard what Lu Xiangxin said. It was only after Lu Xiangxin comforted her that he returned with a bitter smile. Emotinga didn't feel like caring about other people's business, and Taoist Fangjing naturally didn't care about this kind of youngster's pestering. The 4 of them were silent the whole way. They came down from the altar and slowly searched. Not too far from the altar, Wang Xiangji suddenly called out. Although the 4 of them were together, they were searching separately. At that moment, the other 3 people all raised their heads and looked at him. Wang Xiangji's expression was heavy as he beckoned them over. The 3 of them flew towards him. Once they arrived at Wang Xiangji's location, Emotinga's expression immediately darkened. It was Yin Ruoshu. Yin Ruoshu was currently lying on a 5 elements platform. Her complexion was deathly pale, and she wasn't breathing at all. Emotinga crouched down and tried to inject her spiritual aura into Yin Ruoshu's body, but it was to no avail. She stood up and shook her head. There's no saving her. They were trapped inside this illusory formation. Although they couldn't leave, they weren't in any danger. Now that someone died, the 4 of them had grave expressions on their faces. Although this formation was an illusory formation, it could still kill people. Among the 4 of them, Emotinga was the only woman, so she was naturally in charge of examining the corpse. There weren't any injuries on Yin Ruoshu's body. Her clothes were intact, and there were no signs of a struggle. It was as if she suddenly died here. Emotinga examined her carefully. In the end, she discovered that Yin Ruoshu's posture was a bit strange. Her hand was stretched to one side, as if she wanted to grab something. How is it? Wang Xiangji asked anxiously. Emotinga didn't answer. She once again used her spiritual aura to strike the top of Yin Ruoshu's head. After a person died, their meridians became rigid and spiritual aura couldn't be injected into them. However, the top of the head was a shortcut to the dantian, so spiritual aura could still be injected into it. Several breaths later, Emotinga let go of her hand and stood up with a grave expression. Fellow Taoisti, how is it? Taoist Fangjing also asked with concern. Emotinga sighed and said, all of her blood essence was exhausted. Apparently, she was blinded by the illusion and couldn't struggle free in the end. Judging from Yin Ruoshu's posture, she was obviously trying to grab something, but there was nothing in front of her. That thing should be her illusion. Once she died, the illusion naturally disappeared. The other three people were once again silent. Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji glanced at each other. Both of them saw a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. They previously said they would die from exhaustion of their blood essence, just to scare these two people. They never expected that such a thing would actually happen. How could they not panic? Emotinga muttered to herself for a while, then said, fellow Taoist, it seems fellow Taoist Yan's death happened last night, but we didn't feel anything at all. Taoist Fangjing was dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist, are you saying our lives won't be affected by other people? That's not necessarily the case. Emotinga took out an empty Qingquan bag, then waved her hand to put Yin Ruoshu's corpse away. After all, the three of them were on the same stone platform. Maybe it's enough as long as one of them is alive. Seeing her putting Yin Ruoshu's corpse away made the other three people rather envious. Of course, it wasn't because they had strange hobbies. They were just envious of the things on Yin Ruoshu's body. However, they also didn't dare to offend Emotinga because of this. She didn't directly take the Qingquan bag. She put the corpse away instead, most likely to give it to the other two female cultivators. However, this already proves that if we're confused by the illusion, it's indeed possible that we'll die from exhaustion of our blood essence. The three people once again fell into silence. All right, let's not waste time here. Let's keep looking. Taoist Fangjing nodded. We should be more careful. Let's search in pairs. Although they didn't split up, they searched separately. Now they didn't dare to split up anymore. They formed a team of two and slowly searched along the way. The atmosphere was depressing. Perhaps it was lucky or unlucky, but right after they searched that intersection, they suddenly heard a cry of alarm. The four of them looked at each other to make sure it wasn't an illusion, then they flew towards the source of the sound. They didn't fly far before Emotinga's sharp eyes saw Shang Ruwan's figure on a 5 elements platform. She was delighted, but she was immediately alarmed. That was indeed Shang Ruwan, but there was another person not far from her. Ah! Wang Xiangji cried out in surprise. He said in astonishment, That's fellow Taoist Yao, but why? Emotinga also frowned deeply. Judging from his figure, that was indeed Yao Zixio. But the strange thing was, his cultivation level was actually in the core formation realm. How was that possible? She couldn't rule out the possibility that there were some fated chances inside this illusory formation. But there was no way it could allow a cultivator to directly jump from the early stage of the foundation building realm to the core formation realm. Foundation building cultivators' dantians and meridians could only hold so much spiritual aura, but the spiritual aura of a core formation realm cultivator would increase by 1,000 times, and their dantians and meridians would need to be reshaped. Even if they had enough spiritual aura to allow a cultivator to directly jump from the early stage of the foundation building realm to the core formation realm, it would still take them 1 to 3 years to remold their bodies. Could it be an illusion? But judging from Shang Ruwan's expression, it didn't seem like it. The other three people were hesitant about whether they should approach her or not. After all, the spiritual aura pressure of a core formation cultivator was real, and they didn't dare to clash with a core formation cultivator. At that moment, Emotinga was already flying towards Shang Ruwan. Fellow Taoist Yi. Taoist Fangjing called out but didn't stop her. He helplessly continued to hesitate. When he turned around, he saw that Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji both had restless expressions on their faces. Taoist Fangjing knew the situation wasn't good, so he hastily said, Fellow Taoists, do you really believe there's a way to allow someone to directly jump from the early stage of the foundation building realm to the core formation realm? Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji glanced at each other, then smiled perfunctorily. How could we? We're just curious. Aren't you curious? Taoist Fangjing's gaze wavered. How could he not be curious? As an individual cultivator, how much effort did it take for him to cultivate to the middle stage of the foundation building realm? He didn't have much time left in his lifespan, so he was eager to find fated chances to advance to the late stage and advance to the core formation realm. However, fellow Taoists, you'd better calm down. I'm curious, but how could there be such a shortcut in this world? Yesterday, we were almost deceived by that white jade snow lotus. Do you two still remember? What he said stunned the two of them, but they soon calmed down a bit. Taoist Fangjing said, "There's no harm in watching. If there's anything wrong, it won't be too late to leave." On the other side, Emotinga flew to Shang Ruan's side, then called out softly, "Big sister Shang, are you all right?" Shang Ruan was so distracted that she actually didn't notice someone was coming. Now that she saw Emotinga, she immediately grabbed Emotinga's hand and said with a panicked expression, "Little sister Yi." "Big sister, don't panic." Seeing that Shang Ruan couldn't even speak properly, Emotinga hastily comforted her. "Tell me what happened first. Was that your husband?" Shang Ruan nodded absent-mindedly. After taking a deep breath, she was finally able to speak smoothly. "Yes, that was Big Brother Xiao. What happened to you in the end? We looked for you for a whole day yesterday, but we couldn't find you. Why did fellow Taoist Yao suddenly advance to the core formation realm?" Shang Ruan was sitting on the stone platform. Her forehead and cheeks were covered in sweat, but what Emotinga said astonished her. "Yesterday? Little sister Yi, when did we arrive here?" Emotinga wrinkled her brows slightly. Yesterday, Shang Ruan muttered to herself. Gradually, fear appeared on her face. "No, Big Brother Xiao and we've been living here for 3 years. Emotinga was also terrified when she heard what he said. 3 years. The 6 of them had indeed only spent one night together. But why did Shang Ruan feel like 3 years had passed? "Big sister Shang, calm down. Tell me slowly, what happened to you?" Under Emotinga's reassurance, Shang Ruan finally calmed down a bit. She said slowly, "After the 5 elements platforms were activated, Big Brother Xiao and I came here. We discovered that this place was full of spiritual aura and was very suitable for cultivation. It was also as beautiful as a fairyland, and there was no one to disturb us. Although we couldn't go out, this place was no different from a paradise, so I suggested we stay here. At first I felt very happy. There was no one to disturb us. We didn't need to wander around, and we didn't need to hide from other people. But Big Brother Xiao became more and more irritable. He said he'd reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Although this place was full of spiritual aura, it wasn't helpful to his cultivation. He said he wanted to enter closed-door meditation because he wanted to become stronger. We had an argument. In a fit of anger, I ran out, but when I came back I saw." Shang Ruan grabbed Emotinga's sleeve. Her tears started to fall. "Little sister Yi, Big Brother Xiao must have been possessed by the devil. No, this really isn't right. Look at him." Emotinga raised her head and stared at Yao Zixio, who wasn't too far from her. Yao Zixio seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. He was flying in midair, and his whole body was wrapped in a black substance. Sounds of wind and thunder could be faintly heard inside. 1 day, 3 years. Emotinga could roughly guess what happened. This life is eternal. She finally guessed a little about the meaning of the words, this life is eternal. This life is eternal, and eternity is only 1 day. This was the most frightening aspect of this illusory formation. Shang Ruan always fantasized about peaceful days. This place was like a fairyland, which triggered this thought in her. Therefore, in the beginning, they were living in Shang Ruan's fantasy. The two of them lived without anyone to disturb them, which was why they couldn't find each other. However, although it was only 3 years, the actual time wasn't like that, which was why he didn't make any progress in his cultivation. Shang Ruan didn't care about it, but Yao Zixio was unwilling, which led to this unforeseen event. But what was going on with Yao Zixio? Emotinga couldn't figure this out. She herself obtained a great fated chance, whether it was the deification great ancestor or the virtual sky world. But she didn't believe there was any fated chance in this world that could allow someone to advance from the early stage of the foundation building realm to the core formation realm overnight. Big Sister Shang. After a long time, Emotinga said slowly, I don't think your husband has been possessed by the devil. Chapter 162. Shang Ruan stared at Emotinga in a daze. She didn't understand what she meant. Emotinga stared at Yao Zixio, who was flying in the air, and said slowly, This life is eternal. This life is eternal. Eternal is only one day. In this place, aside from leaving, any wish can be granted. If you want a paradise, I'll give you a paradise. If he wants to hold his head high, I'll give him that. She looked down at Shang Ruan with pity and sadness. So it's all fake. Your 3 years were fake, and his core formation was also fake. Shang Ruan was shocked. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Emotinga continued to say, This illusory formation will show the things everyone wants the most. Big sister, what you want the most is an undisturbed life for the two of you. And what he wants the most. Emotinga didn't continue. Shang Ruan already understood what she meant. Shang Ruan was stunned for a long time before she asked slowly, Then, what's the result? Upon seeing Shang Ruan's expression, Emotinga almost didn't have the heart to say it, but she had to. That fellow Taoist Yin has already fallen. We're sure she was bewitched. She was blinded by the illusion and died because her blood essence was exhausted. Shang Ruan was shocked. She stared blankly at her husband who was entangled in the black fog in the air. She didn't say anything for a long time. Death, what he wanted the most. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She remembered the first time she met her father's new disciple 90 years ago. You're called Yao Zixio? Do you know who I am? Although that young boy had arrogance in his eyes, he didn't treat her like a child. Instead, he bowed cautiously. Greetings to Senior Marshal Sister. She smiled proudly and pretended to cough twice. Nodding, she said, Yes, you're very polite. Eldest Marshal Brother teased her. Little Junior Marshal Brother, you're a bit older than Little Junior Marshal Sister. You can just call her Junior Marshal Sister. The young boy looked at her and said earnestly, I entered the sect later than Senior Marshal Sister, so I should call her Senior Marshal Sister. She was so happy that she shouted at Eldest Marshal Brother. Yes, Senior Marshal Sister. She turned around and patted her small chest. Little Junior Marshal Brother, I'll protect you from now on. She remembered 70 years ago when she just built her foundation. What's so good about that kid? Listen to me obediently, and marry your big brother and I. She knelt in front of her father, motionless, but she held her head high, unwilling to yield. Rebellious daughter. Her father flew into a rage and slammed his palm down on her. Her father, who was at the peak of foundation building, showed almost no mercy in this palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her meridians were heavily injured. But she still clenched her teeth and refused to let go. Her mother wept at the side. Wanner, just listen to your father. Obedient. No, she struggled to get up, and used all her strength to kneel in front of her father. She said word by word, Father, if you force me, I will die. No one had ever dared to disobey her father like this, not even herself. But at this moment, she had no regrets. She remembered 60 years ago, when he finally reached the Zhuji phase. Father, Junior Marshal Brother has built his foundation. She happily ran into the hall. There was no joy on her father's face. Instead, he coldly said, If you hadn't secretly given him the foundation building pills you hid, how could he have built his foundation? She was stunned. She didn't understand why her father, who had already tacitly accepted this matter, would be so cold. Father, didn't you personally accept Junior Marshal Brother as your disciple? Why do you treat him? Humph. If it wasn't because his family once had a core formation cultivator and definitely had treasures, why would I accept him with his aptitude? She never expected her father to say such a thing. Father, she shouted in disbelief. You're using Junior Marshal Brother? What do you mean by using or not using? Her father's expression was indifferent. If I hadn't accepted him as my disciple, how could he have lived these several decades of good days? How could he have built his foundation? Wanna, your big brother and I still misses you. He built his foundation long ago. With his aptitude, it won't be a problem for him to advance to the middle stage of the core formation realm in a dozen or so years. You should calm down. Father, why didn't you promise me that you wouldn't force me to marry big brother and I? Today is different from the past. You can't be willful anymore. Her father's expression was 30% indifferent and 70% complacent. The betrothal gift your uncle and I gave me was a dustless pill. I've been begging for this pill for many years. With this dustless pill, maybe you can enter the core formation realm in one go. One, her father's great way of core formation is in your hands. She remembered that night. Junior Marshall brother, let's go. Let's go. She grabbed his hand and said while shedding tears. The little boy from back then was now a gentle and steady young man. He held her hand and said in astonishment, Senior Marshall sister, what's wrong? She said while crying. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Father still wants me to marry big brother and I. And I family already said that even if I die, they'll carry me into their family. He turned pale with fright and was stunned on the spot. Junior Marshall brother, if we don't go now, it'll be too late. My mother's heart softened, so she let me out. I'll only have one night. Tomorrow. His expression was gloomy. After a long time, he finally clenched his teeth and said, All right, Senior Marshall sister, let's go. We'll go far away and never let them find us again. She remembered the day they got married. There were no guests, no wedding clothes. There were only the ice-cold moonlight and two lonely shadows. With heaven and earth as my witness and the bright moon as my matchmaker, I, Shang Rawan, will marry Yao Zixio and never leave him in this lifetime. He also made a vow. With heaven and earth as my witness and the bright moon as my matchmaker, I, Yao Zixio, will marry Shang Rawan and will live and die together in this lifetime. The ice-cold night wind blew. Not far from them, a pack of wolves howled under the moon, but she felt her whole heart was filled with happiness. Senior Marshall sister. Do you still want to call me Senior Marshall sister now? He was stunned for a moment before he smiled. You're younger than me, so I'll call you little sister Wan from now on. What do you think? She also smiled and called out softly, Big brother Xiao. It had been 60 years. Although she didn't have a fixed abode, and her cultivation level didn't advance, she had always been very satisfied. Her heart was very big. No one could make her feel happy except for him. Her heart was also very small. As long as she was with him, she would feel happy. Her tears fell. This was the first time she realized that happiness was so far away from her. Be careful. Emo Tiange grabbed Shang Rawan and retreated hastily. The mass of black fog floating in the air suddenly exploded. Yao Zixio opened his eyes, and his momentum soared. The core formation realm. No matter what the reason was, the Yao Zixio in front of her was undoubtedly in the core formation realm. Inside this illusory formation, the illusions created wouldn't disappear unless one's willpower shifted. Otherwise, the illusions were no different from real people. Emo Tiange turned around to look. Fang Zheng, Lu Xiangxin, and Wang Xiangji also had astonished expressions. Once he regained his senses, Fang Zheng signaled them with his eyes and shouted in a low voice, Go! The four of them, along with Shang Rawan, who was being pulled by Emo Tiange, fled into the distance. But in the next second, a majestic momentum soared from behind them. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams rang out. Lu and Wang, who were lagging behind, were sent flying. One crashed into a tree trunk, while the other fell on a 5 elements platform. Both of them vomited blood. It was unclear whether they were still alive or not. Stop! Yao Zixio shouted loudly. Emo Tiange quickly turned around. Daoist Fang Zheng, who wasn't too far behind her, also stopped and turned around. At that moment, Yao Zixio's eyes were bloodshot and burning with raging flames. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and the momentum of a core formation cultivator assaulted their senses. Yao Zixio slowly swept his gaze over them. His gaze was cold and arrogant, as if he was looking at several ants. In the end, when his gaze fell on Shang Ruan, his cold aura finally relaxed a bit. He said, "Little sister Wan, we can go back now. I can take you back now. Ha ha ha." In the end, he actually threw his head back and laughed heartily. His voice was incomparably arrogant. Shang Ruan slowly broke free from Emotinga's grip, then walked forward step by step. "Big sister Shang." Emotinga couldn't help but call out. She could see that although Yao Zixio's cultivation level wasn't possessed by the devil, his mental state was. Right now, he could still recognize Shang Ruan. But who knew if he'd still retain his rationality in the next moment? Shang Ruan's footsteps faltered. She turned around and smiled at Emotinga. For some reason, Emotinga felt that Shang Ruan's smile looked even more desperate than her crying. Shang Ruan said softly, "Little sister Yi, thank you for being so kind. This matter isn't related to you. In a moment, let's go." Emotinga was dumbfounded. She meant Shang Ruan had already turned around and was flying towards Yao Zixio. Yao Zixio reached out and embraced her. He said complacently, "Little sister Wan, are you happy?" Shang Ruan shook her head and said faintly, "I'm not happy." Yao Zixio wrinkled his brows, then asked anxiously, "Why? All these years, didn't you really want to go back? Now we can go back justifiably. Your father won't say anything anymore." "Is that so?" Shang Ruan's gaze was bone-chilling. "Big brother Xiao, is your current cultivation level real?" Yao Zixio was stunned for a moment before he became furious. "Little sister Wan, what do you mean? Of course my cultivation level is real. Take a look." He pulled Shang Ruan's hand, eager to prove himself. "This is the cultivation technique I obtained just now. As it turns out, there really are fated chances here. The master of this place was a cultivator with great divine power. After he passed away, he sealed his cultivation technique here, and I happened to obtain it." Shang Ruan looked at his complacent appearance indifferently. There was only deep sorrow in her heart. 100 years. 100 years. She finally saw this person clearly, this person she loved the most. As it turned out, in his heart, cultivation had always been the most important thing. As it turned out, this was the result he'd always wanted. She took the jade slip from Yao Zixio's hand and injected her divine sense into it. Soon after, she sneered and threw it back to him. "Big brother Xiao, take a look yourself. See what this is." Yao Zixio received the jade slip with doubt, but his expression changed greatly. Emotinga didn't know what happened, but she could make a rough guess. This so-called fated chance was just Yao Zixio's imagination. This jade slip naturally didn't contain any cultivation technique. It was either empty or completely useless. With one look, Yao Zixio naturally knew something was wrong. "No, it's real. It's real." At first, he was mumbling to himself, but in the end, Yao Zixio's expression turned ruthless. He turned around and glared furiously at Emotinga and Fangzheng. "Did you steal it? Did you? Big brother Xiao?" Shang Ruan shouted and grabbed his sleeve. "It has nothing to do with other people. This is an illusory formation, so you're hallucinating." "Illusory formation? Hallucination? No, you're lying to me. You're lying to me." Yao Zixio's momentum gushed out. With a wave of his arm, Shang Ruan cried out in alarm and fell from midair. Under Yao Zixio's gaze, Emotinga didn't dare to move. She could only watch helplessly as Shang Ruan fell. No matter how weak Yao Zixio was before, inside this illusory formation, he was a genuine core formation cultivator. No matter how arrogant Emotinga was, she didn't think she could fight against a core formation cultivator. If she fought, she couldn't win. If she ran, the valley was only this big, so she couldn't escape. Enter the virtual sky world? To enter the virtual sky world, she had to use the incantation, which would take at least 3 breaths of time. However, Yao Zixio was staring at them. If she made even the slightest movement, he might kill them. She didn't have a single breath of time. "Big brother Xiao." Shang Ruan was obviously injured, but she still struggled to get up. "Big brother Xiao, don't. You'll be possessed by the devil. Little sister Wan, you don't need to say anything. Do you think I don't know? Yao Zixio's eyes were bloodshot, making him look even more demonic. Back then, your father accepted me as his disciple because he fancied my Yao clan's treasures. To make him agree to let you marry me, I offered my Yao clan's ancestors' secret technique. But what did your father do? 10 years later, he still wanted you to marry someone else. Moreover, this time, I was already useless. And he even wanted to kill me. What? Shang Ruwan was shocked. My father, You don't know, right? Yao Zixio grinned. His calm and refined demeanor could no longer be seen. His ruthless appearance was even more frightening. Back then, it wasn't because he loved you, his daughter, but because I offered Yao clan's treasures to him. But even so, he only let us off for 10 years. When you came to look for me that day, I already received news that he wanted to kill me. I originally planned to leave by myself, but you came looking for me. I couldn't bear to part with you. Shang Ruwan's lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything. It was actually like this. No wonder he was so eager to cultivate. No wonder he probably wanted to take revenge after he formed his gold core. She suddenly burst into tears. As it turned out, there was no solution. There was no solution at all. She thought she only needed to persuade him. But it turned out he actually had this kind of reason. Even if he was willing to walk out of the illusory formation, he was still thinking about taking revenge. Little sister Wan, Yao Zixio said softly, don't worry. For your sake, I won't take his life. It'll be enough if I just cripple his cultivation level. All these years, I've been asking around, but your father didn't succeed in forming his gold core. Retribution. This is retribution. Ha 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 ha. Once he finished laughing, Yao Zixio shifted his gaze towards Emotienga and Taoist Fangjing. He said slowly, I'll start with the two of you. Come, let me see your skills. Both Emotienga's and Taoist Fangjing's expressions darkened. Each of them held their magic tools, or magic weapons tightly. Yao Zixio seemed like a cat teasing a mouse. He didn't attack right away, as if he was really waiting to see their skills. After a moment of silence, Emotienga said, Fellow Taoist Yao, you don't believe this is an illusory formation? I believe it. Yao Zixio said with his head held high. However, advancing to the core formation realm wasn't an illusion. If it was an illusion, I wouldn't have such a clear feeling. I've really become stronger. This feeling. While he was still reminiscing, Emotienga smiled. Yes, it's a feeling, but feelings can be wrong. You. Yao Zixio glared at her angrily after being denied again. He raised his hand, and a ball made of spiritual aura gradually appeared in his palm. Emotienga and Taoist Fangjing became even more nervous. Core formation cultivators could materialize their spiritual aura. So a strike from a spiritual energy ball, like that definitely wasn't something foundation-building cultivators like them could withstand. Big Brother Xiao, Shang Ruwan shouted. Big Brother Xiao, please let them go. If you want to take revenge, it has nothing to do with them. Shut up. Yao Zixio shouted. In the cultivation world, what's the big deal about killing people? You're just being soft-hearted. I'm afraid you'll be possessed by the devil. Possessed by the devil? So what if I'm possessed by the devil? Yao Zixio sneered. If I can obtain such formidable power, I'm willing to be possessed by the devil. Besides, what's the harm in being possessed by the devil? Master Song Feng is a great late-stage nascent soul cultivator. But didn't he also kill innocent people? I've never seen his cultivation level affected by being possessed by the devil. What inner devil? What moral integrity? They're all fake. Fake. Shang Ruwan couldn't persuade him anymore. She stared blankly at the overbearing Yao Zixio with tears rolling down her cheeks. She said mournfully, What about me? What do you want to do with me? What should I do if you're possessed by the devil? Yao Zixio was silent. His expression softened as if her words touched the softest part of his heart. At that moment, Emotienga gave Taoist Fangjing a meaningful glance. The two of them understood each other tacitly and started to make their own preparations. Big Brother Xiao, do you still remember the vow we made that day? I, Shang Ruan, will marry Yao Zixio, and I'll never leave him in this lifetime. Shang Ruan wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, then flew up while swaying. She reached out to him. Big brother Xiao, don't leave me. Yao Zixio couldn't help but also reach out to hold her hand. His voice also softened. I, Yao Zixio, will marry Shang Ruan, and will live and die together in this lifetime. A smile finally appeared on Shang Ruan's face as she leaned towards him. She watched as Yao Zixio couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. A magic tool suddenly appeared and ruthlessly pierced Yao Zixio's heart. Ah! It was Shang Ruan's miserable scream. That short sword-shaped magic tool appeared in Yao Zixio's heart. Yao Zixio held the hilt of the short sword. He exerted some force and the sword was pulled out, creating a trail of blood. He swayed, but he still managed to stand firm. He stared at Shang Ruan, who fell on a 5 elements platform after he swung his arm. His anger soared and he shouted in pain. You actually want to kill me? Shang Ruan fell on the 5 elements platform. She couldn't move at all, but her gaze was smiling. Big brother Xiao, we'll never leave you in this lifetime. That being the case, let's die together. With every word she said, she kept vomiting blood. By the time she finished speaking, she was already covered in blood. Emotinga couldn't bear to watch. She suddenly regretted telling Shang Ruan that death was the result of falling into her trap. Since Yao Zixio wasn't willing to come out of the illusion, he'd die in the end, so she live and die together, live and die together. She never thought the love between lovers in the mortal world could be realized in the cultivation world. But now, little sister Wan. Yao Zixio was dumbfounded. He floated in the air in a daze. Blood kept flowing from his heart, but he didn't feel it at all. Core formation, he suddenly mumbled. I've formed my gold core, but little sister Wan. As if he suddenly realized what had happened, he rushed over, threw himself on Shang Ruan, pulled her up and shouted, Little sister Wan! Little sister Wan! Shang Ruan was still smiling, but she couldn't move anymore. Emotienga could see that she was almost certainly going to die. Little sister Wan, you? But Shang Ruan didn't say anything to him. She just quietly closed her eyes, and her breath gradually disappeared. Little sister Wan! Yao Zixio shouted. Blood and tears gushed out of his eyes. They saw Yao Zixio gradually losing his color. It was as if he was petrified bit by bit. Slowly, he turned into a skeleton wearing a robe. As for the skeleton, it was still tightly hugging Shang Ruan's corpse. Chapter 163. Everything was calm. After a long time, Emotinga finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was someone else's life or death, it was still tragic for her to see it happen right in front of her. And such a tragic life and death was only because they had deep feelings that cultivators shouldn't have. Realizing that her emotions were fluctuating, she immediately gathered her spirit and qi. Taishang Wang Qing did not mean that he was emotionless. Wang Qing meant how could he not be moved by emotions? If one had forgotten, the speaker would care about it, and become complacent and forget to say a word. Emotions were innocent, and emotions were innocent. The sinner was Yao Zixio. There were too many things mixed in his emotions. There was ambition, there was grief, there was hatred. It was these things that prevented him from seeing through them. He was unable to enjoy the joy of love, and was constantly tormented by it. Sinners are not sentimental, they are just humans. At that moment they heard Taoist Fangjing shouting, Fellow Taoist, ye look. When Emotienga looked towards Yao Zixio and Shang Ruan, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. A misty white light appeared on the bodies of the two people. The light grew brighter and brighter, more and more glaring. All of a sudden, it exploded, and the spiritual energy surged out, causing their auras to churn. They tried to circulate their qi to resist, but they couldn't. The light instantly engulfed them. After an unknown amount of time, Emotienga finally felt the spiritual aura slowly subsiding. She opened her eyes and was stunned by the scene in front of her. In front of them was clearly the 5 elements platform that they were previously on. Did that mean that the illusory array was broken? She was delighted, But when she turned around, she was startled. There were indeed several other people either lying or sitting on the other 4 stone platforms. But aside from Daoist Fangjing, none of them were awake. Daoist Fangjing also noticed her. He looked at her and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi." Both of them were bewildered. What was going on? Suddenly, with a shake of his feet, the 5 elements platforms began to move towards the center. After a while, with a rumbling sound, the 5 elements platforms combined into one. A ray of light flashed and turned into a big stone platform. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The 5 colors each occupied a circle. It was just like the 5 elements platform in the illusion array, but this stone platform was ridiculously big. What's going on? Daoist Fangjing looked at her. Emotinga didn't answer. Instead, she lowered her head to examine the other people on the ground. Aside from her and Daoist Fangjing, the other 7 people were all on the stone platforms. Even Yin Ruoshu, whose corpse she put into her Qianquan bag inside the illusory formation, was no exception. These people didn't seem to have any external injuries, but their faces were pale, and they weren't breathing. Emotinga stretched out her hand to feel Yin Ruoshu and the others' pulses. Their pulses had already stopped, so she couldn't pour her spiritual aura into their bodies. She sighed. He's dead. Daoist Fangjing examined Lu Xiangxin, and Wang Xiangji then shook his head. They can't be saved. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Since Yin Ruoshu's corpse was here, it meant that the illusion formation was a complete fake. Everything they saw and heard in the illusion array was fake. The real them had probably been on the stone platform all this time, not moving at all. But these people still died. Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji were killed by Yao Zixio, who was in the core formation realm. Yin Ruoshu was bewitched by the illusions inside the illusory formation and died after her blood essence was exhausted. Emotinga didn't know what the 2 women Yin and Lu went through, but their willpower wasn't strong, and they didn't get along well with each other. So it wasn't impossible for them to be bewitched together in the end. Yao Zixio was bewitched by his own inner demon, and bewitched by the illusions, so Shang Ruwan was killed by Yao Zixio. Emotinga was terrified when she thought about this. This formation was really terrifying. Everything was fake, but the deaths and injuries were real. Fellow Daoist Yi, Daoist Fangjing suddenly called out. He was examining Yao Zixio's corpse just now, but now he was pointing at Shang Ruwan. What's wrong? She seems to be alive, Daoist Fangjing said while looking at Shang Ruwan. Emotinga was stunned. She stepped forward and touched Shang Ruwan's chest. Sure enough, there was still some heat. She hastily took out several green amplifying pills, fed them to Shang Ruwan, and poured her spiritual aura into her body. After a long time, Shang Ruwan finally groaned and woke up. Big Sister Shang, Emotinga called softly. Shang Ruwan slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Emotinga, she was stunned for a moment. Little Sister Yi, don't talk for now. Your injuries are very serious. You should adjust your breathing and heal your injuries first. Shang Ruwan didn't do as Emotinga said. Instead, she thought for a moment as if she recalled what she experienced in the illusory formation. Her complexion suddenly paled, and she turned around. When she saw Yao Zixio lying next to her with his eyes closed, she immediately threw herself at him. Big Brother Xiao! Big Brother Xiao! Yao Zixio didn't respond. Daoist Fangjing examined him just now. Yao Zixio really died in the same way Yin Ruoshu died in the illusory formation. He lost all his blood essence. Presumably, it was because he was too obsessed with his own illusions that his blood essence was sucked dry. But Emotinga couldn't figure out why Shang Ruwan was still alive. Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji were both beaten to death by Yao Zixio, but they died for real. It didn't make sense for Shang Ruwan to be alive. Big Brother Xiao. After confirming Yao Zixio was dead, Shang Ruwan was in a daze and didn't move for a long time. Emotinga didn't know what Shang Ruwan was thinking, but she knew Shang Ruwan's injuries were too serious. If she didn't heal her injuries soon, she would still die. Big Sister Shang, Emotinga called softly. but Shang Ruan still didn't respond. Upon seeing Shang Ruan's current state, Mo Tiange heaved a sigh. She gently raised her hand and shot a spiritual aura at Shang Ruan. Shang Ruan instantly fainted. Daoist Fangjing was astonished. Mo Tiange only helped Shang Ruan lie down on the side, then looked up and said, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, there's only the two of us now. Fellow Daoist, what do you think we should do next?" Daoist Fangjing hesitated for a moment before his gaze swept over the corpses. "Since these fellow Daoists are dead, let's deal with their remains first." Mo Tiange understood what he meant by deal with their remains. Among cultivators, if one of their companions died, the remaining people would divide the person's belongings among themselves. Mo Tiange wasn't disgusted by this, but she also wasn't too enthusiastic about it, because she didn't lack medicinal pills or spirit stones. Therefore she just nodded absent-mindedly. If Mo Tiange was with other people, Daoist Fangjing probably wouldn't have said anything and would have taken those people's qingquan bags, as if it was a matter of course. However, Daoist Fangjing saw that Mo Tiange obviously carried the habits of elite disciples of cultivation groups, and wasn't like other individual cultivators who only cared about profit. Daoist Fangjing was also afraid of her strength, so he restrained himself a bit. In fact, this was also because Daoist Fangjing was too cautious. Mo Tiange was also an individual cultivator, and wasn't a young miss from a cultivation group, so she was naturally used to this and basically didn't have any objections. Daoist Fangjing took those 6 people's qingquan bags one by one. Just as he was about to burn the corpses, he suddenly heard Mo Tiange shout and stopped. Mo Tiange said, "I'll take Yao Zixio's things. Don't burn his corpse for now." Daoist Fangjing nodded, then put Yao Zixio's corpse on the side. He then handed Yao Zixio's qingquan bag to her and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, how should we divide this?" "Half each." Mo Tiange answered faintly as she put Yao Zixio's qingquan bag into Shang Ruan's arms. Daoist Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing her answer. If Mo Tiange said she didn't want it, he would have been worried because that would have meant she was either too naive or her temperament wasn't compatible. Furthermore, they were on the 5 Elements platform now and hadn't reached the end of their journey yet. No matter which one it was, there might be problems if they cooperated later. The two of them finished dividing the things and burned the corpses. Daoist Fangjing hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Fellow Daoist Yi, should we take Madame Yao with us?" Mo Tiange paused for a moment. If she was alone, she wouldn't mind taking her along. She wasn't a good person who showed excessive kindness, but she found Shang Ruan very pleasing to the eye. Nevertheless, there were only 2 of them now. She could also see that Daoist Fangjing didn't want to take Shang Ruan with him. A seriously injured cultivator who couldn't fight would only drag them down. Mo Tiange thought for a while, then shook her head. "Let's think about how to get out of here first." The illusory formation had been broken, so their thoughts were naturally useless here. However, they didn't know what would happen if they left this stone platform. "Oh, fellow Daoist Yi, look!" Daoist Fangjing shouted as he pointed towards the depths of the hall. Mo Tiange followed his finger and looked. She was instantly delighted. This place looked like a hall, but the ground was actually empty. There was only this large floating stone platform, and underneath it was a boundless void. Mo Tiange didn't know what it was. The only door in this hall was the one they came in from. Before the illusory formation was activated, it seemed like they could manipulate the stone platforms with their thoughts. But now that the 5 stone platforms had merged into one, and the illusory formation had been broken, their thoughts were no longer useful. But now, in the depths of the hall, where the stone wall used to be, a door had appeared. Apparently, the illusory formation had been broken, and the entrance leading to the depths of the Immortal's Cave had also been opened. Mo Tiange quickly calmed down after feeling delighted. "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, this illusory formation alone is already so brilliant. If we want to continue, we have to be even more careful." An excited expression appeared on Daoist Fangjing's face as he nodded repeatedly. For him, there was nothing more important than fated chances. Although they didn't obtain any benefits from the illusory formation trial, The illusory formation was so powerful. So if they could find something, it definitely wouldn't be simple. Since they came this far, there was no reason to turn back. Although Emo Tiange didn't want treasures as urgently as Taoist Fangjing, she also had no reason to retreat. It has to be said that even if Qin Shoujing had a nascent soul cultivator as an ancestor, he still had to walk his own path of cultivation. He couldn't rely on his elders for everything. If he didn't experience it himself, he would never grow under the wings of his elders. But how are we going to get there? Under the stone platform was an endless void, but they didn't know what it was. If this was a killing formation, and they triggered something, Taoist Fangjing also frowned. Among the 9 people who came here, 6 died, and 1 was seriously injured. Now, only the 2 of them were still in good condition. He didn't have much time left in his lifespan. He urgently needed fated chances, but he also cherished his life even more. After thinking for a while, Taoist Fangjing heaved a sigh. He opened the spiritual beast pouch on his waist, and released a spiritual beast. It was a first-rank bird. Taoist Fangjing stroked the bird's head, then released it, letting the bird fly into the depths of the hall, according to his instructions. The bird screeched, then flapped its wings and flew in the direction he pointed. The 2 of them watched on with trepidation, but they saw the bird successfully reaching the other end of the hall and going through the door. After a while, the bird went through the door again and flew back. Taoist Fangjing was delighted. It's very safe. Fellow Taoist, let's go. Right after he said that, he took the lead and flew away. Emo Tiange looked at Shang Ruan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. She sighed, then took out a medicine bottle and put it in her pocket. She also summoned the white silk handkerchief and followed after them. Chapter 164. Emo Tiange stepped onto the white silk handkerchief and entered the door inside the main hall. She looked around and saw that it was still a narrow stone passage, just like when they came in. However, the walls here were inlaid with moonstones, so they didn't need to light a fire like when they came in. Moonstones rarely lasted for several thousand years. An immortal's cave from several thousand years ago should be as dark as the passage they first came in. So how could there still be moonstones here? Taoist Fangjing also thought so. The 2 of them stood in front of the wall and pried off a moonstone each. This, after studying it for a while, Taoist Fangjing said, seems to be Mother Moonstones. Emo Tiange was confused. Taoist Fangjing looked carefully for a while, then nodded. Yes, there's a moonstone mine here. These are all Mother Moonstones, so they can last for so long. In terms of experience, Taoist Fangjing had mingled in both the cultivation world and the secular world for several hundred years, so he naturally had a lot of experience. Upon hearing what he said, Emo Tiange nodded, then threw the Mother of Moonstone into her Qianquan bag, then continued to walk forward. Although moonstone mines were rare, they had no other use in the cultivation world except for illumination, so they weren't precious. The 2 of them cautiously walked on the stone slabs. Ever since they entered Kunwu, they'd encountered countless dangerous situations, so Emo Tiange had always been cautious. In her opinion, Taoist Fangjing's behavior was very similar to Second Uncle's. Her way of doing things was developed when she was with Second Uncle, so she and Taoist Fangjing were very compatible. This time, Taoist Fangjing let the first-rank bird explore the way in front of them. The 2 of them walked without any mishaps. There were several traps in the passage, but the spiritual aura had dissipated due to the passage's long history. With the bird leading the way, they managed to avoid them one by one. However, they found several corpses on the ground. These corpses were intertwined with each other and had all turned into skeletons. Their clothes had long been rotten, leaving only a few damaged magic tools and intact Qianquan bags. Among the corpses there were some treasures, materials, or magic weapons. Taoist Fangjing immediately looked happy and crouched down to pick them up. Emo Tiange shouted, "Fellow Taoist Fangjing, wait." Taoist Fangjing looked up at her with vigilance in his eyes. At his age, he'd gone through many adventures and seen his companions fighting over things. Now that he heard Emotinga shouting at him to stop, he immediately became vigilant. Based on his expression, how could Emotinga not guess what he meant? Nevertheless, she only said faintly, "There are so many skeletons here. And they weren't a group of people. However, all of them died here, so maybe there's some mystery behind it." Upon hearing what she said, Daoist Fangjing finally relaxed and once again looked carefully. Sure enough, there were more than 20 corpses on this passage, which was only about 100 feet long. They were almost densely packed together, and there was no place for them to step on. Looking at their postures, they were all twisted together in groups of 2 or 3, as if they were going to perish together. Daoist Fangjing was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat. Judging from their postures, these people had fought each other to death. Moreover, their corpses were of different degrees of age. The bones of the newer corpses were snow-white, while the bones of the older corpses were black. A cultivator's body didn't have any impurities, so it wouldn't rot. However, it would turn into spiritual aura and disperse, but the bones left behind could be preserved for a long time. Based on the color of the bones, one could tell how long they'd been dead. The skeletons in front of them were of different bone types. Among them, the blackest ones had almost turned into a pile of black ash, which meant they'd been dead for at least several thousand years. However, there were also some snow-white ones among them, which meant they'd been dead for no more than 1,000 years. They all knew how powerful the illusory formation outside was. Out of 9 people, only the 2 of them made it here in one piece. Besides, the spiritual aura fluctuation outside the valley couldn't have existed all the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have never heard of it. In other words, not many people came here in the past several thousand years. The magic weapons, magic tools, and rare materials scattered all over the ground also proved that no one left safely. That being the case, how could the treasures in front of them be taken at will? Daoist Fangjing couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed when he realized this. In the beginning, he didn't take Emotinga seriously. He only thought she was a disciple who'd just left the cultivation group. Although her cultivation level was high, her ability was probably very ordinary, just like Giga School's Lu and Wang. However, he never thought she'd wake him up with a single sentence in the illusory formation. Now that she was here, she was much calmer than him. After experiencing these 2 things, he no longer dared to look down on Emotinga. "Fellow Taoist Yi, in your opinion, there's something wrong with this path," Emotinga said slowly. "It seems to be able to confuse people's minds." Even inside the illusory formation, her spirit-concealing pendant didn't feel anything strange, because the illusory formation didn't erode people's minds. Instead, it tested people's temperament and willpower. However, as soon as she approached this path, her spirit-concealing pendant instantly turned ice-cold, as if it was warning her. The cultivators who could reach this place must have passed the illusory formation on the 5 elements platforms, so their temperaments should be extremely stable. Aside from willpower problems, what other reason could make them lose their rationality and commit suicide together? These people understood the principle of being alive to enjoy natural treasures. How did fellow Taoist Yi know? Emotinga said faintly, "I have a magic tool that can sense things that confuse people." After giving a simple explanation, she didn't say anything else. She had a unique treasure on her, so she didn't need to explain it too clearly. Daoist Fangjing was also a smart person, so he didn't ask any more questions. The 2 of them carefully searched for any strange objects in their surroundings. This stone path wasn't different from the previous one. It was a simple stone path carved out of the mountain. The only difference was that the ground was a bit flat, and the mountain wall was inlaid with moonstones. Oh, as soon as she approached the stone wall, the spirit-concealing pendant's ice-cold feeling became even stronger. Could it be that there was something wrong with the stone wall? Emotinga pondered for a moment, then took out her flying sword to pry out another moonstone from the stone path. The lustrous white light wasn't any different from the moonstones from before, but this faint spiritual aura gave her a familiar feeling. "Fellow Taoist Yi," Daoist Fangjing suddenly shouted, "This isn't a moonstone." As he said that, He immediately took out heart-calming talismans, stuck one on himself, then gave another to Emotienga. Emotienga didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. In the illusory formation, it was her own emotions that were fluctuating, so the spirit-concealing pendant was useless. However, in this place, it was an external factor that had no effect on her due to the spirit-concealing pendant. Nevertheless, after some thought, she still took the heart-calming talisman and stuck it on herself. She then held the moonstone and asked, "Fellow Taoist said this isn't a moonstone? Then what is it?" "This is a bewitching moonstone." Taoist Fangjing wasn't as relaxed as Emotienga. He forced himself to calm down, then answered, "A kind of bewitching moonstone is often found in moonstone mines. This kind of thing can cause people to hallucinate, so it's a good material for making illusory formations. However, although moonlight stone mines are not rare, bewitching moonlight stones are very rare, and not many people know about them. I only saw a small piece in a secret shop a few decades ago, and that small piece was auctioned for over 1,000 spirit stones." At this point, Taoist Fangjing's gaze was filled with excitement. "I never expected the master of this immortal's cave could actually find so many bewitching moonstones. If I can take all of them." As she quietly sensed the spiritual aura emitted by this bewitching moonstone, a thought flashed through Emotienga's mind. She suddenly thought of something. She reached into her Qianquan bag and rummaged through it. She took out several jade fragments and compared them with this bewitching moonstone. Sure enough, they were made of the same material. It was just that these fragments had exhausted their spiritual aura and were already broken. More than 10 years ago, when she just built her foundation, she and Wei Jiasi once encountered the bewitching twin monsters during the demonic beast riot. The bewitching twin monster was born with wisdom. It designed an illusory formation that almost made the two of them kill each other. In the end, she obtained this jade fragment. Now, it seemed this jade fragment was indeed a bewitching moonstone. Upon realizing this, Emotienga couldn't help but feel apprehensive as she looked at the wall full of bewitching moonstones. Back then, a formation laid with only a piece of stone was able to trap her and Wei Jiasi, two foundation building cultivators. There were so many bewitching moonstones here. If they were all used to lay a formation, wouldn't its power be so great that even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to escape? Just like Taoist Fangjing, Emotienga's eyes also lit up. The two of them didn't say anything. Each of them picked up their flying swords, then cautiously pried the bewitching moonstones on the wall. However, if this thing could be broken so easily, so many cultivators wouldn't have died here. After approaching the bewitching moonstones for a long time, Emotienga realized she wasn't very clear-headed. Fortunately, she had the spirit-concealing pendant, so she immediately distanced herself from them. Just as she was about to warn Taoist Fangjing, she raised her head and saw a sword flash in front of her. Taoist Fangjing's eyes shone with an ominous glint as he thrust the small flying sword he used to pry the bewitching moonstones at her. Emotienga raised her hand, creating a spiritual aura wall to block Taoist Fangjing's thrust. Soon after, she retreated and lifted her hand to release the shuttle of flying Apsara. Without saying a word, Taoist Fangjing put away the small flying sword and took out his horsetail whisk. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, thousands upon thousands of needle-like strands of horsetail whisk shot towards her. Although the quality of this horsetail whisk magic tool wasn't as good as her shuttle of flying Apsara, Emotienga didn't dare to look down on it. Taoist Fangjing's spiritual aura was rich, so although his magic tool wasn't very good, its power was great. She immediately flung her sleeve and threw the white silk handkerchief, which turned into a wall and blocked his attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Emotienga shouted, "Fellow Taoist Fangjing, wake up!" Taoist Fangjing didn't react at all. He was still rushing towards her with his head covered. Emotienga had no choice but to use the shuttle of flying Apsara to tie him down while retreating. Although Taoist Fangjing wasn't weak, he couldn't be considered much compared to Xianqing School's elite disciples. It was just that Emotienga didn't want to hurt him. At this point, she only had Taoist Fangjing as her companion, and the master of this place was very good at hallucinatory techniques. Who knew what she would encounter later? Having someone to keep her company and remind her from time to time was much better than being alone. However, Taoist Fangzheng, who was in front of her, showed no signs of waking up. He was still attacking her mercilessly. Emotinga felt helpless. She kept parrying his attacks while slowly retreating. After all, this place was too close to the bewitching moonstone. If she was a bit further away, the effect would probably be a bit weaker. Taoist Fangzheng's gaze finally became sober after he retreated about 100 feet. He stopped attacking and said with astonishment, "Fellow Taoist, this?" Emotinga heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that he had regained his consciousness. It's good that fellow Taoist has regained his consciousness. This bewitching moonstone is really powerful. Chapter 165. Although Taoist Fangzheng regained his consciousness, the problem still wasn't solved. They were at the entrance of this stone path, but Taoist Fangzheng was still affected even with heart-calming talismans. If they went deeper, Emotinga wasn't sure she could pass. Thus they reached an impasse. The two of them discussed several methods, but they still couldn't find a solution. There were so many bewitching moonstones that they couldn't pass with their current strength. What should we do? Taoist Fangzheng turned around and asked. After being reminded by Emotinga again and again, he was now used to asking this junior for advice. Emotinga couldn't think of a solution, but she was unwilling to turn back. In the previous trial, 6 out of 9 people died. 1 was half dead, and only 2 were in good condition. How could she be willing to turn back after paying such a price? But she wasn't strong enough. Perhaps the master of this place laid this path to stop cultivators below the core formation realm. If they forced their way through, wouldn't they lose their lives? Emotinga pondered for a while, then clenched her teeth. We can't take this path anymore. Fellow Taoist Fangzheng, let's find another way. Taoist Fangzheng was obviously unwilling. With a reluctant expression on his face, he looked at the bewitching moonstone's passage several times. Emotinga said, "With our current strength we can't pass this path. I don't want to lose my life here." Taoist Fangzheng also hesitated upon hearing that. He naturally understood that Emotinga was different from him. Based on the numerous treasures she had, she should be a disciple of a big cultivation group. She had such a high cultivation level at such a young age, so it wasn't worth the risk. If his companions were the same as him, they might grit their teeth and go through it together, just like the cultivators who died here. However, he couldn't summon the courage to do so without a companion. This kind of hallucinatory thing affected people's minds. It didn't mean they wouldn't kill each other if they didn't have a companion. If they lost their minds, they'd go crazy. At that time, even if there was no companion, they'd still hurt themselves. Alright, since fellow Taoist said so. Taoist Fangzheng finally made up his mind. Although he didn't have much time left in his lifespan, he wasn't completely hopeless. He was unwilling to die here. He thought for a while, then said, "But should we look for another place?" Not to mention Taoist Fangzheng, even Emotinga felt unwilling. He had nearly lost his life when he descended the valley. In the illusory formation, he had seen the others die or get heavily injured. In the end, he was unable to take another step forward. How could he be willing to give up? Alright. However, fellow Taoist Fangzheng, if we can't find it, it's best we leave as soon as possible. Of course, Taoist Fangzheng hastily answered. This place was filled with danger. Of course, he didn't want to stay any longer. She watched as Taoist Fangzheng knocked on the short passage and carefully examined it, but she just stood there and didn't move. She wondered what was wrong with the whole thing. First of all, although the spiritual qi coming from the valley was pure, it wasn't vast. If a cultivator above the core formation stage were to pass by, they wouldn't care at all. As for when they went down the valley, with their cultivation levels, they could only barely pass through, which was why aura refining cultivators were blocked outside the valley. However, if they were core formation cultivators, it would be very easy for them. Then there was the illusory formation. If a core formation cultivator went through the trial of the inner demon, even if they couldn't break the illusory formation, they would still be scared but not in danger. They definitely wouldn't end up with such a tragic outcome like the 6 dead and 1 injured core formation cultivator. Based on these previous characteristics, they came to a conclusion. Although they didn't know who left this valley behind, it was targeted at foundation-building cultivators. However, foundation-building cultivators simply didn't dare to step on this path. No matter how they thought about it, it didn't seem right. In that case, either this path was fake, and there was another path leading to the next step, or the owner of this place was too vile and deliberately set up this trap. Once she thought up to this point, Emotienga once again wondered what kind of existence this valley was in the end. Judging from the valley's illusory formation and the layout of this bewitching moonstone passage, the owner of this place obviously had a powerful cultivation level. She guessed he must have been in the nascent soul realm or above. An immortal's cave left behind by a nascent soul cultivator should have been of interest to other nascent soul cultivators. In that case, it seemed like the owner deliberately wanted to attract foundation-building cultivators. Once she thought up to this point, Emotienga was terrified. Soon after, she recalled that this immortal's cave had obviously been empty for a long time, so there shouldn't be any sinister purpose. But how could she explain the owner's actions? What about the cultivators who died under the bewitching moonstone, deliberately attracting foundation-building cultivators and letting them die here? What benefit did the owner of this immortal's cave get? Or was it really just a vile interest? A vile interest that could cost human lives. Wasn't it too cruel? Fellow Taoist Yi, Taoist Fangjing suddenly called out in surprise. Emotienga turned around and saw Taoist Fangjing pointing at a stone wall. Look, there's a door here. Emotienga walked closer to take a closer look. Sure enough, there was a fine crack on the stone wall that looked like a door. Let me try. As Taoist Fangjing said that, he retreated a little then swung his horsetail whisk. The whisk's wisps surged with spiritual aura as he struck the door with all his might. A loud noise came from the stone door, but it was easily pushed open. Emotienga was stunned. This seemed a bit too easy. The two of them cautiously looked inside. It seemed to be a stone room. It was smaller than the main hall, but it was a bit bigger than ordinary stone rooms in immortals' caves. It looked like a small hall. It was empty inside, with only a few stone sculptures and a few large round stones hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. Sunstone. Taoist Fangjing cried out in surprise. Sunstone. Emotienga was puzzled. Correct. Taoist Fangjing smiled. Fellow Taoist Yi, with these sunstones, even if we return now, this trip won't be in vain. Oh, Taoist Fangjing explained. For us cultivators, moonstones are only used for illumination, just like the lamps in the mortal world. However, these sunstones can produce the effect of sunlight, and they can even be used to produce sun-real fire. The effect of sunlight, sun-real fire. Emotienga only took a moment to understand how precious this thing was. There was no need to mention sun-real fire. It was one of the 3 best real fires for concocting medicinal pills and refining tools. In the cultivation world, the furnace fire used for concocting medicinal pills and refining tools was also very particular. Cultivators could use Dantian real fire to concoct medicinal pills and refine tools, but using Dantian real fire required too much spiritual aura. Even nascent soul cultivators would be exhausted if they used Dantian real fire for a long time. Therefore, all cultivators with the right conditions used external fires. The so-called external fires included heavenly fire and earthly fire. Heavenly fire was the fire of the sun, but using the fire of the sun involved quite complicated formations and tools. As for earthly fire, Danding School's original Mount Tianhua was a typical example of earthly fire. The extreme of heavenly fire was sun-real fire. The extreme of earthly fire was earthly pole-real fire. And there was also samadhi-real fire, which was the number 1 fire above the other 2. These 3 fires were called the 3 great real fires. Samadhi real fire only existed in legends. No one had seen it for many years, and even the method to cultivate this fire was lost. Therefore, the best external fires for concocting medicinal pills and refining tools in the world were sun real fire An earthly pole real fire. If this sunstone could produce sun real fire, its value definitely wouldn't be lower than that of a small vein of earthly fire. If it was sold, its price would probably reach more than 10,000 spirit stones. If that was the case with this sunstone, their trip wouldn't just be worthwhile, it would be a great harvest. However, Emotinga didn't think they could obtain this sunstone easily. Based on the previous trials, it didn't make sense for them to obtain benefits so easily this time. Taoist Fangjing also thought so the two of them were extremely careful. They first let the bird explore the path, and only stepped into this stone room after they confirmed there were no problems. However, when they reached the stone slab at the entrance, a rumble suddenly rang out, and the stone door behind them instantly dropped. The two of them simply didn't have time to react, and were already locked inside this stone room. After a moment of shock, Emotinga calmed down. If she didn't react at all, it would have been even more strange. This journey was full of dangers. If the treasure was right in front of them, and they were allowed to take it, there would probably be even more vicious traps behind them. The two of them stopped in place. Emotinga asked, "Fellow Taoist Fangjing, what do you think will be here?" Taoist Fangjing stroked his beard. "In front of us are miasma, gales, illusory formations and bewitching moonlight stones. Every place is dangerous, so I'm afraid this trial won't be easy. However, if you think about it carefully, the miasma and gales will test our defensive methods. The illusory formations will test our temperament and willpower, and the bewitching moonlight stones will test whether we can resist the temptation of treasures all over the ground, and whether we can control ourselves and not lose our minds. However, none of these trials tested our ability in fights of magical powers. In my opinion, it's very possible that..." Before he could finish speaking, they suddenly heard an earth-shaking sound, as if something was knocking heavily on the stone wall. Emotinga turned around and found the source of the sound. She furrowed her brows. It was the first stone statue leaning against the wall in the stone room. It suddenly took a step forward and walked heavily towards them. Taoist Fangjing also saw it, causing his breathing to stagnate. The two of them didn't take this stone sculpture seriously at all. When they saw it just now, they thought it was just a decoration of this place, like a mural carved on the wall. But in the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a living creature. "Fellow Taoist Yi, this..." Emotinga had already activated her protective aura and summoned the white silk handkerchief and the shuttle of flying Apsara. The answer to what this trial was about had already appeared. Taoist Fangjing's guess was right. This trial tested their ability in fights of magical powers. This stone sculpture was more than 10 feet tall, which was equivalent to the height of two people. Its facial features were clearly carved. It was in the shape of a warrior. The iron armor on its body was even more distinct, and the stone sword in its hand was also carved with visible lines. A moment ago, it clearly didn't have any spiritual aura, but now it was full of spiritual aura, just like a peak stage foundation building cultivator. Emotinga quickly calculated in her mind. Both she and Taoist Fangjing were in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Although this stone sculpture was equivalent to a peak stage foundation building cultivator, it was after all an inanimate object with a cumbersome body. Presumably, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat it. However, the sound this stone sculpture made when it stepped on the ground was akin to an earthquake, so it most likely used a lot of strength. Emotinga had to be careful not to use her body to resist it. Just as she was thinking, the stone sculpture arrived in front of them step by step. It lifted its arm and swung its stone sword down heavily. Chapter 166. Neither of them dared to fight the stone sword head-on. The moment the stone sculpture swung down, Emotinga and Taoist Fangjing both dodged it. With a loud rumble, the flagstones on the ground caved in and shattered. Both Emotinga and Taoist Fangjing's expressions changed. They knew a nascent soul cultivator's immortal's cave must have been reinforced with materials. But the sword the stone sculpture swung down didn't seem to use much strength, yet it easily pierced through the flagstones. They asked themselves if they could do it. Without much time to think, the stone sculpture swung its sword again. The power of the sword strike was also very fierce. However, just as they guessed, this stone sculpture's strength was great, and its body was cumbersome, but its speed was also very slow. And speed was precisely what she was good at. Stepping on the white silk handkerchief, Emotinga dashed away without being touched by the stone sculpture in the slightest. Daoist Fangzheng also judged the situation in a flash. After he dodged the stone sculpture's second attack, he swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. The whisk turned into thousands of long threads that pierced the stone sculpture. In Emotinga's opinion, Daoist Fangzheng's horsetail whisk wasn't a high-grade magic tool, but she didn't know how Daoist Fangzheng refined it, but it was extremely powerful. This technique of transforming whisks into threads was similar to the flying needles she often used to launch sneak attacks. Moreover, while the flying needles were tangible, the whisks were intangible, and the only thing that increased was the spiritual aura. The thousands of whisks suddenly flew at an extremely fast speed. The stone sculpture couldn't dodge them, or rather, it didn't dodge them at all. Its entire body was enveloped by the whisks. The spiritual aura surged and countless dust rose. Both Emotinga and Daoist Fangzheng were stunned. Soon after, they both retreated, held their breaths, and waved their sleeves. This immortal's cave had been closed for countless years, so the stone sculpture was already covered in dust. Daoist Fangzheng's attack sent all the dust flying. The two of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They made such a blunder as soon as they attacked. However, the stone sculpture wasn't damaged at all. The two of them couldn't help but look serious. Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangzheng's expression darkened. This thing's defense is amazing. It can't be damaged. Emotinga didn't know, but he clearly knew that he had painstakingly practiced this shape-shifting technique for more than 100 years. If he used it on a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, his defensive barrier would be broken. But this stone sculpture wasn't affected at all. Once Daoist Fangzheng spoke, the stone sculpture paused for a moment, as if it was listening to him. In the next second, it adjusted its direction, then suddenly swung its sword at Daoist Fangzheng. The power of this sword strike was indeed terrifying. Daoist Fangzheng managed to dodge it in time, but he was still injured by the sword aura, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Emotinga acted just in time. The shuttle of flying Apsara transformed into several golden rays that flew towards the stone statue. After several poochie-poochie sounds, Emotinga's expression darkened. The flying Apsara shuttle's golden light didn't even leave a mark on the stone statue. Ever since she obtained the shuttle of flying Apsara, Emotinga had always relied on this magic tool. Later on, she heard from Lord Daoist Jinghe that its main material was 1,000-year-old gold essence, which was mixed with heavenly transformation stone, making it comparable to a magic weapon. It was a magic tool he specially made for Qin Shoujing when he built his foundation. 1,000-year-old gold essence was usually used on flying swords to increase their sharpness, so although the shuttle of flying Apsara didn't have any sharp edges, it was still very sharp. Up until now, she hadn't encountered anything that could be cut by the golden rays. Nevertheless, the shuttle of flying Apsara was completely useless against the stone statue. Emotinga's expression darkened. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. However, she suddenly heard Daoist Fangzheng, who was struggling under the stone statue's attack, shouting, "Use spells! Use spells to attack!" Emotinga was startled, but she immediately reacted. She withdrew the shuttle of flying Apsara, then made a hand seal to cast the cold wind spell. Stone came from earth, wood suppressed earth. Wind came from wood, water came from wood. This cold wind spell was a compound spell of the 5 elements, which included water and wood elements. The stone statue's speed was originally slow, so the cold wind spell just happened to hit its weak point. Once the cold wind spell was cast, the stone statue slowed down, and its speed became even slower. Although its strength and sword aura were astonishing, its speed was extremely slow. It simply couldn't hit Daoist Fangzheng's body. Daoist Fangzheng was finally able to extricate himself. Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangzheng's breathing was heavy. Obviously, his injuries weren't light. Earth suppresses water. It'd be better to directly use a wood entanglement spell to bind it. I tested it just now. Its sword aura is in a straight line, so we just need to avoid it. Emotinga didn't say anything and just nodded. Instead of using the cold wind spell, she clasped her hands together, condensed spiritual aura, and started to cast the high-level wood element spell, rustling fallen wood. Countless withered leaves rose, the wind whistled, and countless vines grew from the ground, binding the stone statue. With spiritual aura shot towards the stone statue. Under the green light that filled the sky, the stone statue was bound by the vines and couldn't budge. It wanted to brandish its sword, but the vines once again wrapped around its sword-wielding hand. Neither the horsetail whisk, nor the shuttle of flying Apsara, could break the stone statue. Under the entanglement of wood's spiritual aura, it was finally firmly restrained. But this wasn't the end. Although this stone statue was restrained by wood's spiritual aura, Emotinga's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so she couldn't directly knock it down, and could only bind it. Moreover, this stone statue's strength was astonishing, so it would take a lot of effort to bind it. Fellow Taoist Fangzheng, Emotinga couldn't help but furrow her brows when she sensed the spiritual aura in her body was draining like crazy. I'm consuming too much spiritual aura. I can't hold on for too long. Taoist Fangzheng also clasped his hands together and started to cast a wood element spell. With Taoist Fangzheng's support, Emotinga finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had never encountered an opponent who directly relied on formidable strength like this. Even though it was a stone statue without any intelligence, it was still very difficult to deal with. She recalled the time she encountered a 5th-ranked double-headed eagle during the demonic beast riot. Her cultivation level was a bit lower than it was now, but she didn't feel this helpless. She couldn't blame the ancients for saying, "One strong man can defeat 10 skilled men." The hardest technique to crack was having no technique at all. Amidst the sky-filling green light, the stone statue once again turned around to listen, seemingly looking for the source of the spiritual aura. Emotinga's heart stirred. She raised her hand and threw the shuttle of flying Apsara again. This time, it turned into a long golden thread and shot towards the stone statue's ears. This time, the golden thread drilled into the stone statue's ears without any obstruction. With a soft rip, the stone statue's body became heavy and it stopped moving. Emotinga stopped casting the spell and focused on controlling the shuttle of flying Apsara. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. A moment later, the momentum from the stone statue's body dissipated, and it finally stopped moving. However, in an instant, it released a strange spiritual aura. Taoist Fangzheng finally caught his breath. He asked, "Fellow Taoist Yi, how did you know its weakness was its ears?" Emotinga wiped the sweat on her face and answered, "Fellow Taoist, did you notice? Before it makes a move, it always listens first." "I see." Taoist Fangzheng sighed in admiration. He thought in his heart that women were indeed more meticulous. Although he noticed something was wrong, he didn't expect this to be its weakness. Emotinga put away the shuttle of flying Apsara and the white silk handkerchief, then looked at Taoist Fangzheng. "Fellow Taoist, how's your injury?" Taoist Fangzheng hastily swallowed a medicinal pill then shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just a small injury." Emotinga didn't ask anymore. She walked forward then crouched down to examine the stone statue. When she was controlling the shuttle of flying Apsara, she sensed that the inside of the stone statue wasn't made of stone like the outside. However, no matter how she looked at it, it was a whole piece of stone without any cracks. After Taoist Fangzheng took the medicinal pill, he also walked towards her and said, "That's strange. This stone is so hard, how can we open it?" Emotinga tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then she started to feel the stone statue's head. There weren't any connecting gaps, but there were traces of casting. In other words, this stone statue could actually be melted? She wondered what kind of real fire would be needed to melt such a hard stone. Could this be the art of engineering? She muttered to herself. The art of engineering had been lost in the cultivation world for a long time. She only heard that some people could make aura-refining puppets to guard mansions and serve tea, but their fighting abilities were weak. This stone statue obviously didn't have any external spiritual aura supporting it, but its cultivation level was in the peak stage of the foundation building realm. If it was the art of engineering, wouldn't it have been lost a long time ago? Fellow Taoist, ye also knows about the art of engineering? Taoist Fangjing asked curiously. Mo Tinga raised her head. I read about it in a book. Could it be that Taoist Fangjing knows about this technique? Taoist Fangjing smiled bitterly. Of course not. The art of engineering has long been lost. I'm just an individual cultivator. How could I possibly learn it? It's just that I'm an old man who's lived for a long time, so I've heard a lot. I've also heard a bit about the art of engineering. Oh, then what does fellow Taoist think about this stone statue? Is it the art of engineering? It's very similar. Taoist Fangjing nodded. Cultivators can also use spiritual aura to control puppets. That's not the art of engineering. But this thing can move freely without an owner, so it should be the art of engineering. Mo Tiange also thought the same. In that case, didn't the master of this place know the real art of engineering? After staring at the stone sculpture for a long time, Mo Tiange finally said, Fellow Taoist Fangjing, I want this thing. If there's anything else later, you can choose first. What do you think? This. Taoist Fangjing hesitated. He naturally also wanted this stone sculpture. If he brought it out, he could sell it to cultivation clans or cultivation groups. For people who wanted to study the art of engineering, a peak stage foundation building puppet should be worth at least several thousand spirit stones, right? However, when he saw how determined Mo Tiange was, he nodded without hesitation. Firstly, he didn't want to offend her. Secondly, she promised him some benefits, so he'd only lose some spirit stones. Alright, this thing isn't very useful to me. If fellow Taoist Yi wants it, I'll give it to you. Mo Tiange smiled, then put the stone sculpture into her Qingkuan bag. Thank you. I'll definitely keep my promise. If there are treasures later, fellow Taoist can take more. Taoist Fangjing smiled. Just as he was about to say something polite, his expression suddenly changed. He looked behind Mo Tiange and said, Fellow Taoist Yi, look. Upon hearing Taoist Fangjing's cry of alarm, Mo Tiange turned around, and her expression also changed. All of a sudden, the other stone sculptures started to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 stone sculptures. The 2 of them were deathly pale. Even though they already knew the weaknesses of the stone sculptures, there were still too many of them. Mo Tiange didn't have much time to think. She flew up and stopped in midair. The shuttle of flying Apsara turned into a golden ray and went straight for the ears of one of the stone sculptures. That stone sculpture paused, then raised its sword. Its sword aura soared to the sky and blocked the golden ray. Mo Tiange clenched her teeth. Just now, she used the shuttle of flying Apsara while she was trapped by a wood element spell, so the stone sculptures couldn't react at all. But it was different now. No matter how slow these stone sculptures' reactions were, their sword aura was so powerful that they could block it with just a raise of their hands. What should I do? Her mind raced, but she couldn't think of a solution. Chapter 167. Each of the 5 stone statues was in the late stage of the foundation building realm. Mo Tiange glanced at them and quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. Since the door was already closed, this was a secret room. Aside from defeating these stone statues, there was no other way. They already knew the stone statues' weaknesses, but how to crack their sword aura was still a problem. Each of these 5 stone statues had extraordinary strength. When they brandished their sword aura was overbearing, interweaving into a sword net. Even if they were slow, her shuttle of flying Apsara couldn't break them. Moreover, these stone statues didn't have consciousness, so even a hallucinatory item like the enchanting lantern couldn't affect them. Should I defeat them one by one? Mo Tiange looked at Taoist Fangjing and said, Fellow Taoist, I'll deal with 4. You deal with 1. Taoist Fangjing immediately nodded. All right, if it was one-on-one, even if their cultivation levels were slightly lower, It wouldn't be too difficult to kill them if they knew their weaknesses. After reaching an agreement with Taoist Fangzheng, Emotinga stood in midair, took out a talisman from her Qingquan bag and sighed. As the advanced inner disciple of a nascent soul cultivator, how could she not have any treasures? All these years, although Lord Taoist Jinghe didn't teach her about cultivation, he didn't hesitate to give her other things. This time, when she left the mountain, he even gave her several life-saving treasures. However, she thought it was best to handle things she could handle by herself. Relying too much on other things wouldn't be good for her growth. However, it was difficult for her to even keep herself alive now, so she naturally had to use whatever methods she had. Otherwise, if she lost her life, it would be a huge loss. Emotinga took the talisman, then closed her eyes and started to chant. Along with the chant, her whole body emitted a white spiritual light like mist. This spiritual light was a symbol of spiritual aura gathering. The spiritual aura became denser, and the spiritual light became brighter and brighter. When she finished chanting, she opened her eyes and shouted, "Go!" The talisman was ignited, turning into 4 flames that instantly swept towards the 4 stone statues. The stone statues brandished their swords, as if they wanted to cut them like before. But this time it was useless. The 4 flames didn't move at all. They directly penetrated the sword aura and enveloped the 4 stone statues. The 4 stone statues stopped moving, maintaining their posture of raising their swords. Emotinga shouted, "Taoist Fangzheng, quickly! I can only maintain it for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Once she used this move, the whole stone room was shrouded in spiritual aura. Taoist Fangzheng was dumbfounded, but once he heard her shout, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. He hastily pounced on the only remaining stone sculpture. Taoist Fangzheng waved his hand, causing a talisman to fly out of his hand. It was the earth element magic art, thick soil carrying the earth. The ground under the stone sculpture's feet instantly turned into yellow soil. The soil directly spread and trapped the sculpture. The stone statue brandished its sword in a daze, but how could it cut through the soil beneath its feet? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Taoist Fangzheng raised his horsetail whisk. Countless strands of whisk flew towards the stone statue. This time, the stone statue brandished its sword to block. It finally managed to block the attack. Taoist Fangzheng immediately retrieved the whisk thread, then threw several talismans. Foundation building realm talismans were different from aura refining realm talismans. Even if you had the money, it would still be very difficult to buy them. This time, Taoist Fangzheng really put in a lot of effort. Under the attack of several high-level talismans, the stone statue gradually became unable to wield its sword. Countless whisk threads were once again thrown out. 2 of them drilled into the stone statue's ears. With 2 chi-chi sounds, the stone statue finally stopped moving. Emotinga heaved a sigh of relief. She once again took out another talisman and chanted the incantation, trapping the 4 stone statues just like before. Needless to say, Fangzheng flung his horsetail whisk and pierced it into the stone statue's ears. The 4 stone statues fell one by one. Emotinga heaved a long sigh. She couldn't hold on any longer, so she fell to the ground. Her legs went soft, so she sat down. These 2 talismans weren't talismans used by ordinary foundation building cultivators. They were top-grade talismans. In fact, top-grade talismans were like magic weapons. They didn't belong to any rank. Only core formation cultivators, and above, could draw these talismans. Part of the power of magic weapons was sealed inside them, so their power was extraordinary, just like real magic weapons. It was common knowledge that aura refining and foundation building cultivators could also use magic weapons. However, in their hands, they could only display 1%, or even 1,000th of the power of magic weapons. They simply couldn't compare to the magic weapons of core formation cultivators or nascent soul cultivators. However, this kind of talisman was different. It sealed the power of real magic weapons. Although it couldn't compare to a nascent soul cultivator's, it wasn't inferior to a core formation cultivator's attack. However, this kind of talisman could only be used once. Even so, activating these 2 talismans consumed a lot of spiritual aura, so Emotinga felt exhausted for a while. Nevertheless, there was someone else next to her, so she didn't dare to rest too much. She swallowed several restorative panaceas, adjusted her breathing, then stood up. Fellow Taoist Fangjing, how is it? Taoist Fangjing also rested for a bit, before he stood up to examine the surroundings. Right now he was carefully examining the things behind the stone statues. Taoist Fangjing didn't stop examining them. He just turned his body slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Ji, quickly come and take a look." Judging from his tone, he seemed to have discovered something. Emotinga stood up and walked towards him. Taoist Fangjing pointed at the stone wall. "Fellow Taoist Ji, look carefully." Emotinga moved closer, but she was stunned. She saw that the stone wall was densely engraved with fine murals. These murals were carved meticulously, but their contents were messy. It was as if someone carved something on the wall whenever they thought of it. Some were people, some were flowers, plants, strange beasts, and some were spells. Emotinga looked at the murals one by one, but she was pleasantly surprised. The master of this place was indeed a genius. There were some secret techniques she'd never heard of before. For example, there was a kind of teleportation technique called Flash of Wind and Thunder, which could allow the user to retreat several hundred feet away in an instant. If one cultivated it to a higher level, it wouldn't be a problem for them to move several hundred feet away. After all, the so-called teleportation technique had been passed down to the present day, but most of it didn't live up to its name. It merely relied on its extremely fast speed to make it look like teleportation. True teleportation techniques were rarely passed down. They were usually passed down as secret techniques in big cultivation groups. Xianqing School also had one, but only core formation cultivators could practice their teleportation technique. There were also some carelessly written spells that were incomplete, which made Emotinga quite disappointed. She hoped to find some records of mechanisms, but unfortunately there was none. In the end, Emotinga found a paragraph of text in the corner. "My name is Su Jiwei, a disciple of Venerable Swordsman Xuanzu of Gujian sect. I formed my gold core at 100 years old, entered the nascent soul realm at 300 years old, betrayed Gujian sect at 400 years old, lived in seclusion in the Wind Breath Valley of Mount Jiling in Jin country, called myself Wanderer Ziwei. I've lived here in seclusion for 1,000 years, never taking even half a step into Kunwu. Every time I think about the first half of my life, I'm filled with pain and regret. I couldn't see Xylan one last time before I passed away. My 1,000-year regret." The engravings at the end were messy. Emotinga carefully examined them, and found that they were the two words Xylan written over and over again. Xylan? This was obviously a name, and it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Wanderer Ziwei didn't mention this name in the other murals, but in this monologue, he repeatedly mentioned it. Judging from his tone, he seemed to miss this person very much, but he didn't dare to mention it. It wasn't until he passed away that he couldn't help but write it down. After reading this paragraph, Emotinga couldn't help but feel puzzled. This Wanderer Ziwei, since he was a disciple of Gujian sect, and he formed his nascent soul at such a young age, why did he betray the sect? For a big cultivation group like Gujian sect, betraying the sect was a very serious matter. Even if there was a conflict, since he was already in the nascent soul realm, he could have left the mountain and become an elder in name. There was no need for him to betray the sect. Moreover, after he betrayed the sect, he lived in seclusion in the secular world. It seemed like he didn't want anything, so it didn't seem like he had a conflict of interest. But if there was no conflict of interest, why did he betray the sect? Later, he said that every time he thought about the first half of his life, he was filled with pain and regret. A cultivator from a big cultivation group formed his nascent soul at such a young age. What pain could he have experienced in the first half of his life? What could make him regret to the point of death? If these matters were connected, betraying the sect because of regret, living in seclusion in the secular world because of regret, how serious was this matter? Finally, there was that Xylan. For a nascent soul cultivator, was there anything they couldn't see if they wanted to see someone? Unless that person had disappeared, or he didn't dare to see her. But here came the problem. Disappearing was fine. But what matter was so serious that he didn't dare to see her? Was it related to the matter he regretted? Mo Tiange felt the matter in front of her was confusing and couldn't be explained at all. Taoist Fangjing also came over to read this passage. He said with astonishment, Gujian sect? The master of this place is actually a senior from Gujian sect. But why is he so proficient in the illusory formation and the art of mechanisms? This doesn't seem like the work of a sword cultivator. Mo Tiange was stunned. Yes, this should be the biggest doubt. Gujian sect was a sect of sword cultivators, so this wanderer Ziwei should also be a sword cultivator. However, his actions didn't seem like a sword cultivator's. When they first entered the valley, they encountered the gales and miasma caused by a formation. Later, they entered an illusory formation. Who could lay this kind of formation unless they were a grandmaster? Moreover, the Flying Five Elements platform almost made people think it was a senior from Tianliang School. Finally, there was this stone room, the peak stage foundation building puppet, and the art of mechanisms. In the cultivation world, the most traditional and most populous cultivators were Dharma cultivators. This kind of cultivators followed the prescribed order on their cultivation path, and mainly relied on spells, magic weapons, and medicinal pills. Sword cultivators, talisman cultivators, medical cultivators, martial cultivators, and so on were all unorthodox Daos. Among them, because sword cultivators were extremely strong in fights of magical powers, they were the most populous group. However, compared to Dharma cultivators, their total number was only 1 in 100. The reason why Dharma cultivators were the most populous was because their studies were orthodox. They could dabble in any kind of unorthodox Daos, and had a high chance of making realm breakthroughs. Sword cultivators were strong in fights of magical powers, but they spent their entire lives nurturing their swords, so their chances of making realm breakthroughs were rather low. Therefore, generally, sword cultivators only concentrated on cultivating their swords and rarely learned other things. However, everything laid out here subverted this convention. A sword cultivator who was proficient in formations, the art of mechanisms, and extremely knowledgeable, was simply too frightening. Mo Tiange was 100% sure that the master of this place was definitely a rare genius. Fellow Taoist Yi, let's not talk about other things first. Let's take the sunstone first. Taoist Fangjing was actually thinking about this object after he finished looking at the mural. Right, this object was the most valuable thing here. Mo Tiange didn't oppose him. Alright, I agreed to fellow Taoist's request earlier. Now fellow Taoists can choose first. Fellow Taoists can take an extra portion. Taoist Fangjing was beside himself with joy. He immediately flew up and was about to take the sunstone hanging above him. Rumble, a burst of spiritual aura came out of nowhere and struck Taoist Fangjing down. Chapter 168. With a bang, Taoist Fangjing fell heavily on the ground. Mo Tiange immediately summoned her white silk handkerchief, but that spiritual aura didn't appear again. From beginning to end, she didn't know where that spiritual aura came from. Taoist Fangjing, who was lying on the ground, groaned and struggled to get up. His face was pale. This, fellow Taoist Fangjing, it seems the master of this place doesn't want us to take the sunstone. After confirming there was no danger, Mo Tiange put down her magic weapon and slowly scanned the stone room. This was obviously a technique that surpassed their realm, but it didn't kill them. It seemed the master just didn't want them to take the sunstone. Taoist Fangjing looked up at the sunstone on the top of the stone wall, his face full of unwillingness. If that was the case, wouldn't this trip be returning empty-handed? At that moment, several rumbling noises were heard. It seemed one of the stone slabs was moved. The two of them looked towards the source of the noise, and were both overjoyed. The stone wall in the innermost part of the stone room suddenly moved, revealing a stone table with several things on it. However, after the previous incidents, the two of them became more cautious. After being overjoyed, they didn't immediately go to take the things. Taoist Fangjing once again released his first-rank spiritual beast. The bird screeched then flew towards the stone table in a wobbly manner. Not only Taoist Fangzheng, but Emotienga was also extremely nervous. Ever since they came here, they hadn't obtained anything except for a mother of moonstone and several bewitching moonstones. Instead, they used up several magic weapons and talismans. There were so many treasures here, but they weren't allowed to take them. The bird safely landed on the stone table. Taoist Fangzheng's expression showed a hint of happiness, but soon, he became even more nervous. He ordered the bird to pick up something with its beak. The bird flapped its wings on the table and ran towards a bell-shaped object. Soon after, it picked up the bell handle and was about to fly away. Bang! The smoke that came out of nowhere suddenly dispersed, and a spiritual aura suddenly sprang out. Emotienga was about to use her protective aura, but in an instant, she lost control of the spiritual aura in her body and couldn't move. At that moment, a deep and dignified voice rang out in the stone room. Junior, who came to my Ziwei's Immortal's cave? Emotienga was stunned. Could it be? Taoist Fangzheng finally regained his composure. He answered first. Junior Fangzheng, a little individual cultivator. Greetings to Senior Ziwei. After a nascent soul cultivator passed away in meditation, he would cut off a part of his divine sense and store it somewhere. Presumably, this could only be done by the master of this place, the nascent soul cultivator, who called himself Wanderer Ziwei. Junior Emotienga, a disciple of Xianqing School. Greetings to Senior Ziwei. Faced with the nascent soul cultivator's question, Emotienga still chose to speak the truth, even though she was only using her divine sense. Xianqing School? Upon hearing what she said, Wanderer Ziwei was slightly surprised. Soon after he asked, "Who's that Lord Taoist Pill Spirit to you?" "Tao Lord Pill Spirit?" Emotienga pondered for a moment then answered, "Lord Taoist Danling was a senior of my group. He passed away 5,000 years ago." "It's been 5,000 years." Upon hearing what she said, Wanderer Ziwei was silent for a long time before he finally heaved a long sigh. "It's actually been 5,000 years. Xylan, it seems you've also." In the next second, his voice regained its calmness. He said, "Juniors, what's your request for coming to my Ziwei's Immortal's cave?" Taoist Fangzheng was delighted to hear that. Just as he was about to speak, Emotienga beat him to it. "May I know Senior's purpose in luring us here?" A foundation-building cultivator, talking to a nascent soul cultivator, like that was indeed arrogant. Afraid Emotienga would say something wrong, Taoist Fangzheng hastily said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, don't talk nonsense." Emotienga remained unmoved. She dared to say that because she knew Wanderer Ziwei wouldn't get angry. Sure enough, in the next second, Wanderer Ziwei smiled. "Junior, you're really quick-witted. You're right, I indeed led you here on purpose." "What's Senior's purpose?" Wanderer Ziwei didn't answer but asked instead. "Juniors, what do you think of my Immortal's cave?" This time, Taoist Fangzheng answered first. "Senior's Immortal's cave is worthy of being a nascent soul cultivator's Immortal's cave. There are layers of formations and a lot of treasures." "Formations, treasures?" Wanderer Ziwei repeated then suddenly asked. "Then do you want to get them?" Taoist Fangzheng was both surprised and delighted, but he didn't dare to be rude. He cast a glance at Emotienga then answered, "Of course. But with Senior's abilities, we don't have a choice." "Hee Junior, you're quite slippery." Wanderer Ziwei dismissed them with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not a cruel person. If you honestly answer me, I naturally won't hurt you." What he said made Emotienga secretly criticize him. Not a cruel person? They haven't even entered this Immortal's cave, but out of the 9 people, only the 2 of them are still in good condition. Taoist Fangzheng is also injured from head to toe. He's still not a cruel person. Do you have any objections? Wanderer Ziwei's voice suddenly sounded, as if it was right next to her ear. Emotienga was startled. Could it be that Wanderer Ziwei can read minds? Mind reading? More or less. Before she could finish her question, Wanderer Ziwei already said, "When I was alive, I once tried to advance to the deification realm. Although I failed, I possess part of a deification cultivator's abilities. Mind reading is one of them. Emotinga was stunned. That seemed to be the case. When she was with Yuan Bao and Zhong Muling, she had a vague feeling that she couldn't hide anything. It was slightly different from the feeling when she couldn't help but tell the truth, when she was under spiritual aura pressure. In that case, didn't this mean that Wanderer Ziwei had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm? It was just that he hadn't truly advanced to the deification realm yet. Oh, Junior, you've actually met deification cultivators? An invisible spiritual aura circled around Emotienga and she asked. Emotienga was startled. She hastily concealed her spirit and chi to prevent herself from letting her imagination run wild. Mind reading. If I overthink it, won't I let others know everything? Just as she thought about that, before she could say anything, she heard Wanderer Ziwei say with a smile. Junior, don't panic. Mind reading has to be actively used, so I won't use it on you. You can take your time and tell me. What he said sounded rather amiable. Emotinga heaved a sigh of relief, but she was still worried. She answered, yes, Junior indeed had the honor of meeting deification seniors. Oh, what were the names of those two people? How did you meet them? One of them was surnamed Zhong, and his name was Muling. The other was called Taoist Yuan Bao, but I don't know if that's his real name or his Taoist name. Zhong Muling Yuan Bao. The voice murmured, they've actually reached the deification realm. Emotinga was surprised. Senior knows these two deification seniors? Sort of. Wanderer Ziwei said faintly. They're cultivators from the same era as me, but they came from Yunzhong and aren't cultivators from the celestial pole. Emotinga also knew about this. Yuan Bao once told her a lot about them. They were originally cultivators from Yunzhong, but later on, they wandered around and arrived in the celestial pole. After they advanced to the deification realm, they had no fixed abode and could only wander around the virtual sky world. All right, Junior, tell me, how are they doing? They're very well. Based on what he said, there seemed to be no old grudges between Zhong Muling and Yuan Bao, so Emotinga felt relieved. During the demonic beast riot last time, Junior accidentally broke into the two deification seniors' immortals' caves and was saved by them. That's how I met them. After Junior recovered, I left. It seems they came here to travel. Wanderer Ziwei didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, he finally heaved a deep sigh. Hearing about my old friends made me sigh with emotion. Junior, since you and my old friends are old friends, I won't make things difficult for you. To tell you the truth, in these 5,000 years, every once in a while, I would weaken the formation and release spiritual chi to lure Foundation establishment cultivators like you to come here. Unfortunately, not a single person has ever come here. Sure enough, Emotinga had long expected this, but she didn't know why Wanderer Ziwei didn't lure core formation or nascent soul cultivators here. I had a lifelong regret that I couldn't resolve before I passed away, so I sealed my divine sense in my immortal's cave. If someone passed the test and reached this place, they could come out and meet me. If you can help me with this matter, I'll give you treasures. Emotinga and Taoist Fangjin glanced at each other. Both of them were a bit surprised. 6 of them died, 1 was seriously injured, and only 2 of them reached this place in one piece. It was actually because a nascent soul cultivator, who passed away, already had something to ask of them. Moreover, this still didn't explain why Wanderer Ziwei didn't let core formation or nascent soul cultivators come here. Wanderer Ziwei was a peak stage nascent soul cultivator who was just a step away from the deification realm. Presumably, nascent soul cultivators would scramble for treasures like ducks. Don't you understand why I let foundation building cultivators come here? Taoist Fangjin cupped his hands. Senior, please forgive us. Juniors indeed don't understand. If Senior has something to ask of us, wouldn't it be better to let core formation or nascent soul seniors come? They're quite capable, so it'd be easy for them to complete Senior's task. Hehe. That being said, why would core formation and nascent soul cultivators be afraid of a divine sense? No matter how high my cultivation level was in the past, I'm only left with this bit of divine sense now, so I can't intimidate them. Wanderer Ziwei said faintly. Besides, The task I asked of you has nothing to do with your cultivation level. That was true. If a core formation or nascent soul cultivator discovered an immortal's cave like this, they'd probably go looking for treasures by force. Even if Wanderer Ziwei was a genius when he was alive, he was only left with a wisp of his divine sense now. Emotinga said, Senior, aren't you afraid that we'll agree but won't do it? Perhaps Junior will go back to my school and inform my masters, then order them to come here and look for treasures? Ha! Little girl, you're quite bold, Wanderer Ziwei said with a smile. However, in the next second, his voice turned cold. Since I let foundation building cultivators come here, I naturally have a way to deal with you. Right after he finished speaking, Emotinga suddenly felt a pain in her head. That wisp of spiritual aura drilled into her brain, but it immediately withdrew. Ah! She couldn't help but scream in pain. After the pain passed, she felt nothing was amiss. She turned around and saw that Taoist Fangjing was also bewildered. Wanderer Ziwei said indifferently, I left imprints in your sea of knowledge. If you don't come back in time, these imprints will activate, and at this point, the threat in his words was very obvious. Emotinga was shocked and angry. She wasn't a person who went back on her word. If this Wanderer Ziwei gave her treasures and asked her to do something, she would naturally keep her promise. However, this kind of method really made her feel indignant. Junior, Wanderer Ziwei said with a smile, don't be agitated. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands. With this reminder, Emotinga managed to suppress her anger, but she still couldn't help but sneer. Senior, since you know I'm a disciple of Xianqing School, so what if I left an imprint? I'll go back to my school and ask the seniors in my school to resolve it with me. Haha, resolve it? Wanderer Ziwei's voice was full of arrogance. There aren't any deification cultivators in your school, right? Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators can't resolve my unique technique. After he said that, he said curiously, Girl, are you always so direct with your words? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? After all, there are two of you. You're not my only choice. Really? Emotinga said coldly. Senior waited for several thousand years before the two of us finally came. Senior, aren't you afraid you won't be able to complete your task? Wanderer Ziwei paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly. You're just a little girl in the foundation building realm. How can you be so sharp-tongued? It doesn't matter if you're afraid or not. You should rejoice that I've been cultivating my mind and temperament here for more than 1,000 years. So I'm no longer as hot-tempered as I used to be. Otherwise, once he finished speaking, he once again muttered to himself. However, you're very similar to her. Her? Could it be that Xylan? Wanderer Ziwei said. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you. I won't be harsh. As long as you finish the task I'm giving you within 100 years and come here, I'll give you all of my treasures. I'll give them to whoever finishes first, but you'd better not kill each other for the sake of treasures. The imprint I left in your sea of knowledge will tell me, so I won't give you anything at that time. All of my treasures? Upon hearing what he said, Taoist Fangjing promptly asked, May I ask what Senior wants us to do? I want you to find a person's corpse, bring it to me, and bury it with me. Emotinga blurted out. Could it be the Xylan that Senior keeps talking about? Correct. Wanderer Ziwei's voice was still faint, but Emotinga felt it was filled with endless desolation. I already knew I wouldn't be able to see her. It's enough as long as I'm buried with her. Emotinga couldn't help but ask in a low voice. She? Who is she? Her question made Wanderer Ziwei silent. After a long time, so long that Emotinga thought he wouldn't answer, she finally heard his voice. She's my wife. Emotinga was dumbfounded. Since she's Senior's wife, why? Junior, why do you have so many questions? Wanderer Ziwei smiled bitterly. I'm only separated from my wife and couldn't be together anymore. So I want you to bring her corpse back. You're still trying to get to the bottom of this? Despite that, he sighed softly then said slowly. My wife's surname is Xiao, and her name is Xylan. She's a cultivator from Xuanji School. Do you know about Xuanji School? Taoist Fangjing said in a low voice. Xuanji School? was established by the original disciples after Tianliang School was exterminated several thousand years ago. However, Xuanji School no longer exists today. It was divided into Giga School, Qiqiao sect, and several other groups. Wanderer Ziwei was stunned. Xuanji School also, correct? As far as Junior knows, it was because of internal strife. However, it's been a long time, and Junior's only an individual cultivator, so I don't know the inside story. Fate. In the end, they couldn't escape the fate of being exterminated. Wanderer Ziwei sighed then said, "How's Gujian sect now? It still exists, right?" Right now, Gujian sect is the third largest cultivation group in the celestial pole. It's very powerful and has many disciples. That's good. When Gujian sect was mentioned, Wanderer Ziwei's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care. After a pause, he said slowly, "I was originally a swordsman in the secular world. When I was 20, my master discovered that I had spiritual roots, so I came to Gujian sect. Later, I became a sword cultivator and wholeheartedly cultivated. When I was 100 years old, I formed my gold core and reached the nascent soul realm at 300 years old. I don't dare to say I'm a genius, but I'm still a rare sword cultivator. Because I was born in the secular world of Jianghu, I've always had a fiery temper. My Gujian sect has always been combative, so we didn't restrict our disciples. When I just formed my gold core, several senior martial brothers, and I exterminated Tianliang School, because someone from Tianliang School offended my senior martial brother." Emotianga was a bit shocked. Gujian sect now adopted the image of the righteous path, and always restricted its disciples. As it turned out, it was also. At that time, I didn't take this matter to heart. Who would have thought that 100 years later, I'd meet a little girl in the foundation building realm? When he spoke about this matter, Wanderer Ziwei's voice finally fluctuated. "That was my wife Xylan. I knew she was a disciple of Xuanji School, but I didn't care. So what if I was the one who did that? With my strength and identity at that time, if I wanted to marry her, how could a small cultivation group like Xuanji School dare to refuse?" However, I didn't want Xylan to know, lest she thought I was using my power to oppress people. Xylan only knew it was a disciple of my Gujian sect who exterminated Tianliang School. But she didn't know I was one of them. Although she hated Gujian sect, she still married me. We were husband and wife for 200 years. I successfully formed my nascent soul. And Xylan also formed her gold core. Her aptitude was excellent, and with my help forming her nascent soul was almost inevitable. I thought we'd continue loving each other like this for 1,000 years. 200 years. Wanderer Ziwei should be 400 years old now, right? Was that when he betrayed his sect and lived in seclusion here? Right at that time, Xylan heard from my senior martial brother that I participated in the extermination of Tianliang School. So she came back to question me and severed ties with me. Only then did I know Xylan wasn't just a disciple of Xuanji School. Her clan used to be a great clan in Tianliang School. In other words, her elders and relatives might have all died in my hands. Wanderer Ziwei narrated faintly with a calm tone. "We've been husband and wife for 200 years. So how could I not know her temper? She was usually kind, but she was very stubborn. Once she decided on something, she absolutely wouldn't change her mind. Since she severed ties with me, she wouldn't see me again for the rest of her life. It was just that I had delusions that she could come back. So I betrayed my sect and came to this secular world to live in seclusion. I entrusted a letter to her telling her that if she forgave me one day, she should come find me. I regretted what happened in the past, but there was nothing I could do. I gave up everything, which meant I'd severed my past." At this point, Wanderer Ziwei finally sighed, revealing some of his emotions. "Sure enough, I waited for more than 1,000 years, but she never came. Later, I heard she formed her nascent soul and became the Grand Supreme Elder of Xuanji School. But she never came to see me. So that was what happened. Xiao Xylan was a disciple of Xuanji School. So it was no wonder there were traces of Tianliang School everywhere in this valley. They were husband and wife for 200 years. So all of this must have been passed on by Xiao Xylan to Wanderer Ziwei, right?" Juniors, Go to Xuanji School's former encampment, find Xylan's corpse and bury it with me. I'll give you the things I've collected in my lifetime. Chapter 169. As long as he found the corpse, he would be able to obtain the lifetime savings of a peak nascent soul cultivator. It sounded like a very good deal, but... Emotinga chuckled softly. Senior, your wife was a cultivator from 5,000 years ago, and it's hard to find where she was buried. But how dangerous would the burial place of a nascent soul cultivator be? Since your wife is a brilliant disciple of the profound secrets sect, her attainments and formations should not be inferior to seniors, right? We're just foundation establishment cultivators. How can we guarantee that we'll be able to bring back the corpse safely? Correct, Taoist Fangjing said. We haven't even obtained any benefits, yet we already have a slim chance of surviving. This transaction isn't fair. Wanderer Ziwei burst out laughing. Good. If you're too stupid, then it's not worth it for me to make this deal. He paused for a moment, then said casually, You want the benefits first, sure. Not only will I give you benefits, but I will also give you 200 years. Little girl, with your age and cultivation level, 200 years should be enough for you to advance to the core formation realm, right? However, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've formed your gold core. Once the imprint in your sea of knowledge takes effect, it will be effective for life. With a single thought, your life and death will be in my hands. And you don't have much lifespan left. You don't even have 200 years left. Taoist Fangjing was a bit nervous. What he said just now was because he was unwilling to be ordered around by this senior. But that didn't mean that he didn't think it was a good deal. He still had 70 to 80 years left in his lifespan. During this period, it was very likely that he could find the remains of a nascent soul cultivator. By then, his chances of advancing to the core formation realm would be greatly increased. Even if he took a step back, he wasn't like the little girl beside him. In the past 200 years, he had already passed away, which meant that he hadn't put in anything. He was afraid that this senior would cancel his trading rights upon seeing that he didn't have much time left in his lifespan. Then, he would have missed a good opportunity for nothing. Emotinga didn't know whether this wanderer Ziwei was using the mind-reading technique or not. After a short pause, he said unhurriedly, You don't need to worry. Having another opportunity to find Xylan's skeleton is always good for me. In the past, in order to wait a few hundred more years, I once searched all over the celestial pole and refined a longevity pill. Now there's only one left, so I'll give it to you. Longevity pill? Longevity pill. It was a longevity pill that even nascent soul cultivators would find difficult to obtain. Taoist Fangjing was stunned for a moment, then he became ecstatic. He stammered, Senior, longevity pills. His words were already incoherent. Upon seeing his reaction, Wanderer Ziwei burst into laughter, then said to Emotinga, As for you, there are several things you can choose from. The longevity pill is useless to you, but I can give you a dustless pill. I'm sure you know that after taking this dustless pill, your chances of reaching core formation will increase. If you feel that with the help of a sect elder, core formation won't be a problem, then I can also give you a top-grade magic treasure, or a secret book from the Profound Theory sect, the Profound Theory Formation book. Which one do you want? The dustless pill, the top-grade magic treasure, the Xuanji Array book. No matter which one it was, they were all treasures that were hard to find. Among them, although the dustless pill's value couldn't compare to the longevity pill, it was the most practical for foundation-building cultivators, like them, who were about to form their gold core. The top-grade magic treasure, mentioned by a nascent soul cultivator, naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary magic treasures. Perhaps other nascent soul cultivators would also covet it. The last one was the Xuanji Array book. The Tao of Formations was broad and profound. Brilliant formation books were naturally priceless. But ordinary cultivators simply didn't have the energy to study them. They could only be used to exchange for spirit stones, so they were the most useless. But for Emotinga, Senior, Junior wants the Xuanji Array book. Oh, Wanderer Ziwei was a bit surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect she would choose this book. Emotinga said, although dustless pills and magic treasures are precious to Junior, it's not impossible to obtain them. It's just that this Xuanji array book is one of a kind. Correct. Since you're a Xianqing school disciple, and have such a high cultivation level at such a young age, you must be an elite disciple. Presumably, it won't be difficult for you to obtain medicinal pills and magic treasures. However, you have to think about it carefully. My medicinal pills and magic treasures aren't ordinary goods. Ordinary core formation cultivators can't even imagine them. Wanderer Ziwei's words clearly showed he was treating her master as an ordinary core formation cultivator. Emotinga knew that for an almost omnipotent and stunning sword cultivator like Wanderer Ziwei, his collection might not be any worse than her master's. But if she wanted to form her gold core, Lord Taoist Jinghe would naturally find dustless pills for her. Lord Taoist Jinghe might also have top-grade magic treasures. As for the Xuanji array book, since it was Xuanji School's secret, it must have its own uniqueness. If she missed it, it would be very difficult to obtain it again. Besides, she kept an eye on Xiao Xilin. Since Xiao Xilin was the Grand Supreme Elder of Xuanji School, the place where she was buried must also be filled with traps, right? With this Xuanji array book, the danger would be greatly reduced. Junior has made up her mind. Emotinga paused for a moment then continued. However, Senior, fellow Taoist Fangjing, doesn't have much time left in his life. You gave him a longevity pill. So even if he can't find it in 200 years, it won't be a loss to him unless he advances to the core formation realm. But even if I don't advance, I'll still have several hundred years to live. It'll be fine if I find his corpse, but if I can't, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? This isn't fair to me. Regarding this matter, Emotinga was very angry. She now had a bright future ahead of her. But someone placed a 200-year restriction on her for no reason. If she didn't succeed, she'd lose her life. How could she feel good about that? Besides, the reason she started cultivating was to fight for her freedom. Now that she was under someone else's control, it really wasn't a happy thing. It was just that this Wanderer Ziwei's methods were extraordinary, and he didn't say anything too harsh, so she was willing to endure it. As if he could sense her anger, Wanderer Ziwei chuckled. Little girl, you're really unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. All right, I'll give you another sunstone, how about it? As for the medicinal pills and treasures on this table, you can divide them among yourselves. In addition, as long as one of you brings back Xilin's corpse within 200 years, I'll erase the imprints in your sea of knowledge. Therefore, before you pass away, you must remember to come back and take a look. Maybe one of you has already completed it, ha ha ha. Perhaps because he lived alone for 1,000 years, this Wanderer Ziwei obviously had an evil side to his character. So he was deliberately teasing them. Emotinga took a deep breath to calm herself down. She mustn't be angered by him first. Alright, since it's like this, Junior can only accept it. 200 years. Junior is a bit curious. Once Senior opens the restriction that preserves your divine sense, can it last for as long as 200 years? Wanderer Ziwei hemmed coldly and arrogantly. Little girl, even if you come from a famous cultivation group, your experience and knowledge are still shallow. This is a divine sense severing technique I created myself. Not to mention 200 years. I'm afraid my divine sense will still be there even after you pass away. This Wanderer Ziwei couldn't be judged with common sense. As a sword cultivator, he was proficient in formations and mechanisms, and he could even concoct longevity pills and create all kinds of spells. Maybe he even dabbled in tool refining as well. He could practically be considered an all-rounder. So it wouldn't be surprising if he created some kind of unique divine sense technique. What about you? Seeing as Emotinga was speechless, Wanderer Ziwei turned to ask Taoist Fangjing. Taoist Fangjing bowed and said, that being the case, Junior will accept it. Good. Once Wanderer Ziwei finished speaking, Emotinga felt the stagnant spiritual aura in her body loosen. In an instant, she regained control of her body and was able to walk again. She heaved a sigh of relief, then moved her hands and feet. She found that the spiritual aura in her body was unobstructed, and she no longer felt as heavy as before. If you have any other questions, just ask. If you step out of this immortal's cave, 200 years will begin. When the 200 years are up, regardless of whether you succeed or not, you must come back to see me. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you more time. But if I'm in a bad mood, 200 years. Disregarding Taoist Fengzheng, Emotinga felt she should be able to find some information within this time. Right now, she had a lot of questions. Ever since she stepped into this valley, her head was full of questions, but she couldn't answer them, because she was always in danger. Now that she heard Wanderer Ziwei's words, she asked, Junior indeed has a lot of questions. Would Senior be willing to talk about them in detail? Wanderer Ziwei said, Tell me first. Emotinga thought for a moment, then said slowly, First of all, are the Gales and Miasma related to the formation Senior laid? But why was it so easy for me to crack it when I reached the bottom of the valley? Secondly, what's going on with the stone statue and the altar at the entrance of Senior's Immortal's Cave? Then, Junior, you're really long-winded. Wanderer Ziwei interrupted her somewhat impatiently. I'll tell you everything from the beginning to the end, all right? The Gales and Miasma above the valley were indeed caused by the formation I laid. However, you were lucky to be able to crack it so easily. The answer to this question is the same as to your second question. In the past, when I lived in seclusion here, I saved several hundred mortals who were caught in the chaos of war. Seeing that they were pitiful, I brought them back to the valley. They worshipped me as their god, and the stone statue and the altar were erected by them. So I simply changed them to the entrance of my immortal's cave. The stone statue was my wife Lan. The reason I saved them was because I thought Xylan didn't like me being violent and murderous. So I occasionally did good deeds. Therefore, when they wanted to carve the statue of a god, I let them carve it into Xylan's appearance. That way, when I occasionally came out of my immortal's cave, I could also see her appearance. Before I passed away, these mortals had already lived at the bottom of the valley for more than 1,000 years. From generation to generation, several cultivators emerged among them, but unfortunately, their spiritual roots weren't good. Later, when I sensed my lifespan was nearing its end, I ordered those cultivators to move all the mortals out of the valley. There was an invisible spirit vein in this valley, but when I passed away, I laid this invisible spirit vein into an illusory formation, so it was no longer suitable for mortals to live in. It was precisely because there was no one here to maintain the formation that you were able to crack it so easily. I see. The illusory formation Senior laid in the hall was based on this invisible spirit vein? Why was everything fake but the damage was real? How did we get out of the formation? Wanderer Ziwei let out a cold humph and said, This naturally involves complicated theories, which I've recorded in the Xuanji Formation book. If you thoroughly study it, you'll naturally understand. As for breaking the formation, the 9 of you either had your blood essence sucked dry, were too weak, or had enough willpower to resist the illusory formation. So there was no need for the formation to exist. Hee. I was being lenient with this formation. It was to test your willpower. Otherwise, you would have been trapped inside for an eternity without being able to come out. This life is eternal, and eternity is only one day. Once this formation is activated, everything will end after one day. If you can't control yourself and are tempted, your blood essence will be exhausted and you'll die. If you can control yourself, your life will be like eternity, endless time. And in the end, you'll go mad and die. Therefore, if you can't break the formation, you can only die. Both Emotinga and Taoist Fengzheng were terrified. Such a terrifying formation. Although it was an illusory formation, it was even more terrifying than a killing formation. At that moment, Taoist Fengzheng was already faintly regretting his decision. Why wasn't that Xuanji formation book given to him? So this series of hurdles was only Senior's test? Correct. Taoist Ziwei's tone was faint and somewhat grim. If you can't even withstand the Gales and Miasma when you enter the valley, you're basically a cripple. As for the illusory formation, it's a test of your temperament and willpower. If you can't pass it, you probably won't have the patience to find Xylan's corpse. As for the bewitching Moonstone Passage, it's a test of whether you're too greedy and calm enough. If you're easily bewitched by those treasures, I'm afraid you'll also go back on your word. Finally, there's the puppets here. If you can't even defeat 5 of them, your strength is too weak. Of course, in the end, you still have to let me see them myself. If you're too stupid, I'll kill you on the spot. The 2 of you aren't bad. You both passed. Emotinga couldn't help but feel angry at his words, but in the end, she forced herself to endure it. This wanderer Ziwei was indeed selfish and callous. He set up so many hurdles, but he never considered the lives of the people who entered the valley. If Xiao Xylan was really like he said, and didn't like disputes, she must have loved him very deeply to be able to tolerate him for 200 years, and still be a loving couple. What's wrong, little girl? Do you have a problem with that? Emotinga couldn't help but say angrily, Senior, are you using the mind-reading technique again? Upon seeing her anger, Wanderer Ziwei burst out laughing. Don't be so fierce to me. Didn't your master tell you to be respectful to your seniors? I'll endure it. Emotinga took a deep breath and stopped talking. She was used to living with Lord Daoist Jingha. She indeed didn't treat her seniors with enough respect. However, that also depended on who it was. After half a day, she roughly figured out Wanderer Ziwei's character. If this senior didn't meet his requirements, he wouldn't even spare a glance at her. If she passed his test, he wouldn't be stingy with what he had. Emotinga's display of her little temper might even make him more fond of her. Junior also wants to ask if Senior knows the art of engineering? Oh, Wanderer Ziwei was a bit surprised to hear her question. Little girl, you actually know the art of engineering? That's rare. The art of engineering has long been lost, and there aren't many people who know about it. So Senior really knows the art of engineering? Humph. Wanderer Ziwei said proudly. I know a little. What? Do you want me to teach you the art of engineering? Emotinga hastily said. If Senior is willing to teach me, Junior will definitely do her best to find your wife's corpse. Don't tell me you're not doing your best now. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands. Wanderer Ziwei said lazily. Haha, you're really interesting. Wanderer Ziwei laughed heartily when he saw Emotinga's expression. A strange spiritual aura circled around her body. Alright, I'll be honest with you. It's not impossible for me to teach you the art of engineering, but let's talk about it when you fulfill your promise. If I teach you everything you want to know in one go, wouldn't that be boring? Emotinga's expression softened. What Wanderer Ziwei said was reasonable. He should teach her whatever she wanted to learn. How could there be such a cheap deal? Right. Wanderer Ziwei changed the topic. Those puppets just now. You were the one who took them, right? Yes. Emotinga answered honestly. She then asked cautiously. Does Senior want to take them back? Oh, it's hard for me without the puppets. How about this? You keep 4 puppets and take 2 with you. In exchange, I'll fix them and tell you how to control them. What do you think? Emotinga was overjoyed. Senior's words are worth 9 sacred tripods? Wanderer Ziwei humphed coldly. Why would I deceive a foundation-building junior like you? That's degrading. The more talented a person was, the more arrogant they were. Emotinga held back her words and took out the 6 stone sculptures one by one. Fortunately, she put them into her Qianquan bag right after she killed them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get such a bargain. Daoist Fangjing's eyes reddened when he heard their conversation. He gave up on the stone sculptures, because they couldn't be used anymore after they were destroyed, so he could only exchange them for spirit stones. He didn't expect the master of this place would come out and put forward such a condition. If he had known earlier, how could he have given them up? These were puppets in the late stage of the foundation building realm. If he could control them, his strength would increase exponentially. No matter how he thought about it, he could only blame his bad luck. Alas, Senior. While the spiritual aura was fixing the puppets, Daoist Fangjing asked respectfully, May I ask Senior if we can take the treasures on the bewitching Moonstone's passage outside? If you have the ability, you can take them yourself. Daoist Fangjing was silent. He said that because he hoped this senior would tell them the method to crack the bewitching moonstones. But the answer? Don't even think about the things on that passage. Don't underestimate that passage. Those bewitching moonstones are also a formation. If you take those things, the formation will be activated immediately. At that time, the entire Immortal's Cave will turn into a killing formation. Spiritual aura rushed out of the stone sculpture puppet's ears. With several gotcha sounds, several puppets stood up one by one. They held their swords in their hands, and their momentum immediately surged. After fixing the puppets, Wanderer Ziwei said, "That's enough. They're not good things anyway, so why do you feel pity? Little girl, I'll teach you the method to control these puppets now." Right after she said that, Emo Tienga felt a sudden pain in her head again, and some things appeared in her mind. When Emo Yaoqing taught her the art of Sinu, it was also directly imprinted with her divine sense. However, she was only a mortal at that time. Now, she was a foundation-building cultivator, and had specially cultivated her divine sense. But she still had no ability to resist the divine sense left by a nascent soul cultivator. The path of cultivation was still very far away for her. "Since you're done asking, you can take your things and leave the valley." "Senior," Emo Tienga hurriedly said, "you haven't told us about your wife. Xuanji School has long been destroyed, and we don't know what happened back then. Where are we going to find your wife's corpse?" "I've already prepared this question for you," Wanderer Ziwei said lazily. "There's a compartment under the table with several jade slips inside. Each of you can take one of them. All the information is recorded inside. If you still can't find her after you have this, you can consider yourself out of luck." Alright, since we've said what we wanted to say, this venerated one should also rest. Once you've taken your things, use that jade slip to open the exit and leave. Remember, you must come back 200 years later. Right after he finished speaking, the bizarre spiritual aura in the stone room slowly dissipated. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.